What is up, guys? Zack in here, and in today's video, I'm excited to announce the actual live recordings of the Wholesaling Accelerator Flip with Rick Plus live event. That is right. What you're going to see is day one of the entire event of the Wholesaling Accelerator. Tomorrow, I am going to be sharing the entire recording of day two, because one thing I'm really big on Flip with Rick, and Rick is too, is the information we give out should never be behind a paywall. The information that is going to lead you to success should be always open and accessible to the public. Now, if you actually want to physically see me and I'm spending all this money over a lot of money, that's all I'm going to say, on live events and all these things, so you can get in the right rooms with the right people and talk to me and have staff and all these things for an actual mastermind and event, you do need to send me a wholesaling deal. These things are very expensive, over 6 figures a year of costs of just running live events. But I do it because I will make 6 figures easily this week on JV deals, right? That's the point. But you have to just send me a JV deal, or you can just pay your way and just get in the room. And that's, I think, like $97 a month for Flip with Rick Plus. So if you actually want to come to these events, you need to go to flipwithrickplus.com. But overall, this is the Wholesaling Accelerator. It's different than the Escape the Matrix event, so we do 2 live events when you actually have Flip with Rick Plus. Number 1 is Escape the Matrix, which you saw the other recording. This one's Wholesaling Accelerator. This one's more about how to scale a business, virtual wholesaling, probates, and it's a pretty cool event. So without further ado, this is the whole recording. Now, this is not live. This is a premiered video, but this is the entire live recording of it that I'm giving to you guys for free. So you know, if you want to join Flip with Rick Plus, just go to Flip with Rick Plus, hang out with these people. We do 4 Zooms every single week. You can personally message me and Rick, and you have the connections of everyone in the community, which is pretty dang cool. A lot of 7 and 6 figure wholesalers. So let's get into it. This is day 1 of the Wholesaling Accelerator.
All right, guys, welcome. Zack in here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to the Wholesaling Accelerator. So this is actually our 2nd live event we've ever done, and we're excited. And as we've said before, we have more people here than last time, and this will probably be the 2nd smallest event we're ever going to do. So I want to, first of all, congratulate you guys for coming. Every single time, it's just going to be more people. So you guys are seizing the opportunity now, and I really do appreciate it. So let's get into it, and let's talk about exactly what this event entails. It's a little different than the last one, but it's here to help you guys out. So let's kind of break down exactly what is the Wholesaling Accelerator. So what's this event? Again, the wholesaling is a tough business. I ain't gonna lie. It's not easy. It is not an easy business to get started, but it is a business that is worth it. Now, the first $100,000 in wholesaling, if hopefully you guys will all reach that point, but the people that have know that is the hardest. It's not the easiest, it is by far the hardest way to be. You gotta do a lot of stuff, you have to do the most work, and this is where you make the most mistakes. This is where you struggle the most, but eventually you get to the point where you can make $1 million. And what we have found through, almost thousands of people at this point that have passed the 7-figure mark, the next $1 million is the easiest, because you're not doing all the work yourself. You actually end up working less and making more. But there is some hurdles you gotta get to. And now, a lot of people are like, I don't want to make $1 million. I'm here to make 100, right? So this event's not this crazy big scaling event, right? We're not telling you to work harder. We're showing you how to work smarter at this event. And that's kind of the point here. This is not your scaling boot camp. This is an accelerator. It's to accelerate. So if you're making $5,000 a month and you want to accelerate to 10, this is the place for it. If you're here to make 100K, you want to bring it up more, this is the event for you. This is the point. So this is no crazy scaling boot camp. This is help you to scale and grow and make more money, even if you've made no money at all. That is the point of this event and what we're going to hear to help you out. So what is this event going to show you? What is it going to do for you so we can set our expectations here? Number 1, we're going to help you grow your wholesaling business. That's number 1. Can you?
I was just scooting it over.
I know. So what is this business going to do? Here, take the mic.
Oh, okay.
Take it.
Look, guys, the whole point of this event is I have some people here who probably haven't done a deal, and I have some people who have done 30, 40, 50 deals. So it doesn't matter what part you're into it. I've been in every phase. He's been in every phase, and the idea is because we're such a small, intimate crowd, we have more than enough time to connect with you and accelerate it to you. So the only way this works, tell you the truth on this, you've got to be brutally honest with yourself. Because if you can't, as you guys hear me say this before, if you can't tell yourself the truth, I can't give you advice and suggestions to fix it. So the more honest you are about it, and that's not an excuse to complain, you guys know how I feel about that, but you've got to identify your weaknesses and find someone's strengths. Either it's me, Zach, or it's somebody in this room, or a combination of it all. But if you can do that, I can help you. I've always said you have to leave your ego at the door. If you want to learn, this is how you do it. So that's step number one. You got it back up and working?
Yep, all good.
Click.
There we go. So what are we going to do? We're going to help you grow your event, grow your business. Now, next part we're going to do is help you change your old self. I think a lot of people have this mindset of trying to get it going and trying to get it. It's a mindset we got to change of working harder and start working smarter. Now, the next part is if some people have this problem. I don't think anyone here has this problem, but you need to humble yourself in front of others. Actually say what's going on to other people. These are not, it's not like another guy, some people have this, but like you're talking to another guy in Dallas. Maybe if you're in Kansas City, you're talking to somebody who's doing deals in Houston. Humble yourself in front, like tell them what's going on, and they can help you with their struggles. It's very rare to be at an opportunity where you can talk to somebody who doesn't have an ulterior motive or agenda that tries to sway you with the wrong list because they're competition. It's not that. So that's the point. And even the people in Dallas are doing stuff together, like they're working together making money, and they're here to help you out. And so next part, we're here to help you make a change. That's the biggest one. Change is going to be probably the thing that's going to help you grow the most. Now, with growth, it's uncomfortable. It ain't easy, but it's worth it at the end. Obviously, we're going to help you work on growing your net worth, not your revenue. I think this is an extra point. Once we're accelerating our income in wholesaling, a lot of people accelerate their expenses. You got to focus on just adding that net worth so you don't have to wholesale, but you do it for fun. That's kind of the point of this event. Now, let's talk about exactly what this accelerator will not do. Again, like the last event, this will not make you change. It won't. I think a lot of people want us to make the change for you. You have to make that conscious decision in your brain to change. Now, on top of this too, we're not going to make you do the work. Work is required, consistent work. And if you're not willing to work on yourself, make the change, it ain't going to happen for you. On top of this too, you ain't going to make no fast money. I think a lot of people expect that starting out, and that is not what this event's going to do. It's not going to make you fast money. And then on top of that too, we have no promises you're going to make $1 million. There's no financial promise you're going to make all this money. You have to do the work. And if you do it, it will happen for you. So that right is earned, not given. And so let's talk about who is Rick Ginn if you've never met this guy before.
Okay, I promise I'll keep this short because it's a really long story, but okay.
That's good.
So as you guys know, I've been doing this over 20 years. I have been through every stage everybody's been in this room. I've been through the good, the bad, the ugly. I've quit so many times. Nobody believes me when I quit, especially my wife. And a lot of you are thinking, most of you aren't thinking about it, but at some point, be brutally honest and go, man, I don't know if this is for me. Guys, the truth of the matter, if wholesaling was super easy, we wouldn't be sitting here. If everything's super easy, everybody does it, and it doesn't become super easy anymore. That's the bottom line. So you've got to understand that in wholesaling. What drives me nuts is when people just say, oh, it's so easy. It's not. So we're in a society where everybody likes to look at the end result, and everybody just wants to get there. So you guys witnessed the TikTok craze, and there's a lot of stuff going on in wholesaling. We're going to talk about that. But they're like, oh my God, you can make $100,000 a month. That's amazing. But most people don't want to go through the journey. They just want to get there. In fact, if you guys have an experience, I remember when I first started wholesaling, they go, what do you do for a living? I go, I do wholesaling. And then I start going into this long-winded explanation, And you ever get that blank stare back at you like, what? And then after a while, you're all going to cave in and do just like I do. I just do real estate. You just simplify it, because the reality is, outside of people in this room and people you connect with online, with me, Zach, and fellow wholesalers, nobody cares. It's just the truth. And you waste your effort trying to explain this. Because this is 20 years of me. Perfect example, we came to the airport. The lady, we were renting the car, she's like, what do you do? And Zach just, he's so trained, he's like, we do real estate. Everybody just assumes we're realtors, right? And so like, don't explain it to you, because number one, they don't care, and number two, they're never gonna wrap their head around it. You're doing what most people would never dare to do. So once you understand that, I'm just telling you, I'm giving you a hint right now. Do not tell everybody you're a wholesaler, because they assume you're buying something from China, you're the middleman, and then you're selling it at Costco or all the stores. And it's kind of what we do, but it's just real estate specific. So as I said, I've been doing this 20 years, and I've been into over 3,000 deals, like literally. I've probably had 1,000 deals fall apart on me in the whole thing on the average. So it's not just 3,000 wins, man. I got my butt kicked the first 2 years doing this business, and it's no different for anybody else in this room. I had to go through the same crap you did. End of story. You've got to understand that. Like, it was not a gift to me. Everyone's like, well, you started in 2003. It was so simple back then. There was no information. It was the wild, wild west. And I look back now, it was a gift. But the same things hold true to this day. People told me it's going to be illegal. Direct mail's dying. It's not going to work. Door knocking, you're not going to be able to do it. Everything they told me, I just did it. In fact, I thought I took the bravest route. I should have done cold calling. If I could have gone backward to that, I went door to door on pre-foreclosures. And I've been chased by dogs. I've been spit on. I've had stuff thrown at me. I had someone throw gas at me once, said they're gonna light me on fire. I'm just like, why am I doing this? There's gotta be a better way. I have some better ways, and I'm gonna share them with you, because you're in a different world today. Door knocking, it's not what it used to be. I think Ring has cornered the market because nobody wants to answer the door anymore. And you can't do it anymore. And you gotta look at your safety. As much as the opportunity is, you have to assess your risk in doing wholesaling. You don't wanna be stupid about it. So I've done every wrong way you could possibly do, and I'm gonna show you the right ways to do it. So I didn't do this till I was around 34, guys. I got into it at 33. I fumbled for a year. I did everything wrong, and then I found wholesaling. In fact, I went out and bought a bunch of rentals, did it traditionally with the bank while I had a corporate job, and found out the banks will only give you so much money to buy property. Why? Because that's all I knew. That's what they taught me. I go, there's got to be a better way. Bottom line is, I ran out of ways to do it. So I initially tried to work for realtors, tried to do it while I had my corporate job. And my plan was to buy 10 houses and in 10 years have them paid off free and then set me and my wife financially free. Well, a lot of stuff happened in between. I mean, a lot. I got hit with back-to-back hurricanes. I had property insurance go up like triple. Property taxes are out of control in rental properties because they're not capped off. And I just wasn't making any money. And then I hit the worst market you could possibly start in wholesaling. And you're like, oh, Rick, that was a great opportunity. I had a bunch of properties and they were vacant. And I had all these bank payments. And that's how I got introduced to wholesaling. I found it by accident. I don't know how I did. It's like God's intervention. It was the best way to do it. I go, how can I minimize my risk and maximize the reward? And I stumbled on it because the internet wasn't what it was today. You're not going to find Flip with Rick or anything like that. And I was fortunate enough to find some old school people to kind of walk me through wholesaling. And the one thing in 2003 and 4 they taught me back then is pure fundamentals. It's just like if you're in a sporting event, soccer, football, you've got to learn how to kick the ball. You got to learn how to tackle people, because everybody wants to look good on Friday, Saturday nights. But the real people that put it in, I think Kobe Bryant's amazing what he did. Nobody wants to know the journey the man went through before you get there. Michael Jordan, the same thing. These guys just hours and hours. Kobe gets to the court like 6 hours before the game starts. Every game he does. There's no camera crew, there's nothing there. In fact, he did it for so long. You will not get the praise for wholesaling until well after it. Nobody even recognized me in wholesaling until 7 years into it. So you've got to understand that. When nobody's clapping, are you going to do wholesaling? Because they're not going to clap when you start. In fact, the opposite thing's going to happen. Everyone's going to tell you to go to safety, go get that safe job. I tried that. It didn't work. I tried everything. So I didn't have a lot of guidance when I was growing up. My mother took very good care of me. My father really wasn't there. And it's one of the reasons why you see what I do with Zach. We all learn from mistakes. We got to pass it down better. So that's my escape my matrix. That was my job. I worked for Enterprise Rent-A-Car, where they give you the tools to be successful. As Will Ferrell, I won't bore you with the video. This was the owner's son at the time. He runs it, Andy Taylor. And that was the worst boss I ever had in my life. And my wife can tell you that. I mean, the man made my life hell. He's the reason I did wholesaling, and I'm very happy. At the time, I thought it was a curse, but that man forced me to make decisions I didn't want to make. I was way in over my head. I had a big fat mortgage. I had 2 very young children, and you guys know how the rest of the story went. In fact, that's Zach under my desk with my Bobos there, and me just wholesaling, calling people, talking to people, and that's what he grew up in the environment. And I always say, because I do a lot of fatherly advice here, is your kids watch what you do. They hear what you say, but they become very numb to it. And I'm a firm believer in, Zach's smarter. He got my wife's brains. He didn't get mine. He got my work ethic. And I remember when he said, well, he'll get in a story, but he's like, I want to do what you do, Dad. He's like, why? He's like, you spend a ton of time with me. I'm like, I got into wholesaling for freedom of my time. The money came afterwards. Once I got freedom of my time, I was well on my way. In fact, I did wholesaling while I had a corporate job. I was working 70, 80 hours a week. I was so miserable for 12 years. If I can save anyone that aggravation, to me, wholesaling was easy compared to my corporate job. I was on demand pretty much 24/7. They moved me around, and it got to the point they wanted me to travel all over the country. And I wanted to raise a family, and any of you guys who are parents, moving your kids around, I wasn't in the military. That's a whole different level of service. I wanted to keep my kids in a stable place. So I knew I had to make choices. I was forced to make a choice. I wish I could go back in time and start when I was 17, 18, 19. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter when you're starting, where you are in life. It's up to you. The only person keeping score is you. You have to do it. So my journey is, I grew up. So for full disclosure, so I don't get in trouble, I have another child. It's not a child, she's an adult now. And she chose a different route. I wanted my kids to do what they made happy. I never forced Zach to do wholesaling. As I said, I just led by example. And before I knew it, I was brutally hard on him. In fact, if you guys know as a parent, you never want your kids to suffer. I said, Zach, you're smart. You go get a good job anywhere. I said, why would I get a job? He goes, why would I do that? I'm just like, man, I got to listen to my own stuff. And that's when I got into the whole, hey, I can do this. And I went through it over and over. My boss said, you're crazy. They tried to throw money at me, cars. And I go, man, I got to be on to something because now they desperately want me. And any of you guys been in that corporate world? Anybody got a corporate job here? You know exactly what I'm talking about. And the day I left, they replaced me, and it was the same thing over and over. And I watched 8 other people go in my position. I was just a number. And anytime I wanted to try to get equity in the company, it was a tiny, like, little fraction of a private shareholder. I think I walked away with like 20 grand in stocks after, I think, 12, 13 years. I mean, that's ridiculous. I can do that in one deal. So I gave up a lot. Why? Because I didn't know I just didn't know my options at the time. So my matrix, 90 grand. I gave up 80 hours a week. I know that sounds like a lot of money. I was on call 6 days a week. No matter what, I had to be there. I had to do things I didn't want to do. I had to go to events, and I had to stay out late at night, and I had to rub elbows, and I got so sick of it. I told you 68 hours. I hated it, man. I recently checked it out. They said 72% of the workforce hates what they do. And I think 90% hate their boss. And we've come such a society where everyone thinks, oh, I have to do this. I fell in this trap. So I went to college. I was a good C+ student. That's the best I could do. Why? Because I learned differently. And you guys heard the story before. My high school teacher said, you're never going to get a good job. She was dead right. And it hurt me for like 15 years. I'm like, man, that cut me to my core. I felt like I was wasting away. So I tried to prove everybody wrong. So I went to college. I think I went 6 years, to be brutally honest. I had a good time in college. I did everything wrong, and I didn't really learn a lot. And then what was the first job that was offered when I got my bachelor's degree? What do you think most people wind up with a bachelor's degree? What type of position? Sales. You're going to wind up in sales. You're going to wind up doing that. Now, I already tell you, wholesaling is not about sales, so I don't want to scare anybody here, but I had to learn how to sell quick. I had to learn to sell crap I didn't believe in. And that's where I had problems. So I never really believed in the school system because I questioned, why are we studying this if we're not going to use it in business? This is back, I'm going to date myself, in the 80s, guys. I'm like, why am I learning this complex math stuff when I can just go on an antiquated computer or a calculator and figure it out? And the only thing I really mastered in school was spelling. I was petrified of my grammar teacher. She just constantly pop quiz and it horrified me. And I studied deeply in that. But I was the type of guy, if I applied myself, I aced the test, but then I would slack off because if a teacher didn't captivate my attention, it was hard. And I had good teachers and bad teachers just like the rest of you. But I wound up in the corporate world, did the corporate job, and I got stuck. What did I give up? Man, I gave up a lot. And I decided when my kids were young, I'm going to make a stance. So Zack was around 3 or 4, right about in that. What age were you there, you think?
4.
God, I'm getting old. He's still our baby. I finally said, I can't take it anymore. What am I going to give up? And I just said, it can't get any worse. And I always said I could always go back to my old job. But I'm like, I want to prove people wrong when I do it. And long story short, guys, is I'm here because I made a brave decision. And because I made that single decision, I broke the chain in my family. Now, my father didn't spend any time with me. He's a salesman, always on the road. It is what it is. My father's still alive, but he spent no time with me. And that's, if you're ever a young man or even like you want to spend time with your mom or your dad, when they don't give it to you, you go seek other people. And some of us get the wrong mentors early in life. So it doesn't matter where you are. I don't care how old you are. It doesn't matter. I've picked a destination. What I loved about wholesaling was there was no cap. I could do what I want. But I will tell you, it has a huge responsibility. You have to go out and you have to earn it. As much as wholesaling doesn't care about it, your education, your background, your income, it definitely doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care if you don't work. If you don't work, it doesn't care. It moves on to the next person that's going to do it. And I found this out in the hard way in the beginning. So I had some early success, and then I hit a huge slump. And I started doubting myself and questioning. So if you guys are having those thoughts, we want to help you work through them. The bottom line is it's up to you. All the pluses I tell you, the wholesaling, the low risk, high reward, to me, you guys know real estate is the ultimate wealth vehicle, period. It's proven hundreds of years over time, well past the American society, even in other countries and other cultures. So if you know it is, and in the modern days, you've seen all the stuff that goes on, I'm telling you, wholesaling is, in my opinion, and I know I'm biased, but it is the best vehicle you can do. You have to cut your teeth though and get into it. Wholesaling, you have the closest touch to that deal, and whoever has the closest touch has the most control. Once you master on how to market, and then how to talk to sellers, and then how to do it over and over again, then your options open wide open. But in the beginning of wholesaling, most people make a mistake of trying to do everything and take advice from everybody. And there's other educators out there. Me and Zack aren't the only ones, but you have to master wholesaling. And so many people get into it and they go. So I tried fix and flip. I tried to hold a bunch of rentals. I got way in over my head. I thought I could do everything. And when all hell broke loose, I just went back to wholesaling. And to this day, I rely 75% on wholesaling. Why? Because I love the deal. I get really bored. I got ADHD, you all know that. I get really bored after I ink the deal. I'm like, here, get rid of it for me. I was terrible at dispositions. I was so good at talking with people. And you guys know my skill set is I go very deep with people. And that's the skill set you got to understand. If you can do marketing and go deep with people, you can learn to get anything you want. This is not a sales job. I did a sales job, guys. It's not even close. You do the right niche marketing and find the right people. All you have to do is guide them. You're their guide. You walk them through. Just get them down the center of the aisle, and you get them, and you help sellers get out of their own way. That's all I do. And you're going to get a lot of rejection. If you can't accept that, this might not be the place for you. But it's the truth. But here's the crazy part is, I'm one of these crazy people. I actually, 21 years into it, I really enjoy wholesaling. Most people get into wholesaling, venture off and they become this big fix and flipper or like a national speaker. To me and my son run just an incredible wholesaling operation. I rely on my wholesaling income. To me, this is fun. This is not pressure to me. I have a good time. I have my son here. I have my wife here. If it was up to me, I'd have my daughter here. It'd be a perfect world. So I create wholesaling the way I want to do it. And my son inspired me so you guys know the story. I taught him. I'm going to have him come up here and tell his story. I showed him the way. He goes, Dad, you got so much in your head. The problem, like an ADHD person, for me to go on social media and figure out how to put it all together, I was like, I don't want to do it. It's overwhelming. Plus, I spent time developing products on helping people master it. And people go, oh, you can make millions speaking. And when I heard the speaking stage and the experiences I had with affiliate sales, stuff like that, I go, man, I don't want these lies are out of control. So I walked away in 2014. And then when I taught him the business, he worked 3 years into it. And on the 4th year, I'm like, dude, just be my partner. Let's run it. Let's go all over the country. And the rest is pretty much, you guys know the outcome of it. I chose wholesaling because I do it the way I want. The really cool part is if you learn to master the skill of it, you can do whatever you want with it. If you want to include your family, if you want to travel, and you want to do it all virtually, you can do whatever you want. And that's what I love about it. You all are going to take your own slice of the pie on it. But I'm going to bring my son up. He can kind of explain his story. And the idea is to simplify. We're going to talk about simplifying wholesaling today.
So that's it. Make some noise for Rick Gitt. Come on. Without him, there'd be no Flip with Rick or anything like that. So it's changed my life. I think it's changed a lot of people's lives, and excited for him to change your life. So who am I? My name's Zack, and I think people know me too. I've been wholesaling over 7 years, almost 8 years now, since basically 17 years old. I'm 24 years old right now, and wholesaling is basically my life. So did my first deal closed at 17 years old. That was a fun deal. It was over $25,000 for a 17-year-old, which 17-year-olds should not have that kind of money, but I reinvested it and kind of grew it a little more by myself. So really starting out, I was kind of more of a solo guy by myself, kind of a side thing while you were doing your professional wholesaling thing, right? And it was cool. I was a bandit sign kid, putting more signs, we buy ugly houses, and I was doing well. Basically went to college for about a couple semesters, and then came back home because I figured I could take my tests online. That was kind of fun. I learned how to cold call, virtual wholesale, all this stuff by myself, and it was kind of crazy learning it because you kind of couldn't help me with virtual wholesaling. You understood it, you knew it was real, but I kind of had to learn that. You never cold call in your life too much either, so it was weird. And I kind of went on my own path, and Rick had his own path too. And kind of when I came back, we kind of mixed our paths together. And like I was telling Nate, he was kind of running by himself, I was running by myself, and we did well. But when we went together, we didn't double our business, we quadrupled it. And that was the big secret. And we learned exactly more about how to scale. Because I never knew how to scale before. So started working at about 19 years old, and basically scaled the business to over 7 figures net. And basically, 7 figures net, that's net profit. By 21 years old, and that changed my life. And basically from that end, business is doubling every year for a very long time. And so, I don't know how I put that there, but yeah, I put that there. And then basically by the time I was about 20 years old, I was able to have a net worth of over $1 million, which changed my life. You don't need to make $1 million a year to have the net worth of $1 million, I learned. Real estate did very well for me. So that's kind of the point here. You don't need to make $1 million to have $1 million. If you can make $100K a year, save half, over time that thing will grow. And that's the point where we have enough money in rentals, Airbnbs, and everything where we don't have to do this anymore. We get to. It's an opportunity. It's a privilege. And so we're excited about that. So that's who I am. But let's kind of talk about this event, what we're kind of going to do on day one, and what we're going to go over. So number one, we're going to go over virtual wholesaling, just a complete guide on it. I know a lot of people are doing their in-person, or maybe they're doing virtual. We're just going to learn virtual wholesaling for the first hour and really break that down and really kind of clean up the processes. Because even if you're not virtually wholesaling, I think by the end of this, you are going to start or JV or get some deals with someone. So we're going to break out into roundtable. So if you guys weren't on the last event, we're going to break down. Me and Rick curated groups for everyone just to sit down and break down your entire business together. You'll be with someone that maybe is in your market, somebody you can relate to. and you guys all just like a mini mastermind with 5 people and really break out and break it down. And we're going to be pretty excited about that. We're going to break that down. You got your itineraries there too. We're going to have lunch for an hour, networking, whatever it is, for an hour, maybe 30 minutes. We'll see. And we're going to have Ace speak. We're pretty excited about that. He's got a really cool story. I think everyone saw the live yesterday. They were like, oh, I want to know more. It's going to be pretty exciting. And so we're going to hear his story. And we're going to do PPS Live. So that's pretty exciting too. Talk about probates. And then from there, we're going to have Deal Machine's going to come, founder David, and then Matt. And we're going to do some live deal finding. That's what I'm going to call it. And it's going to be some exciting stuff. I got some people who are a little scared to talk to sellers, so those are the people we're going to put up and make them talk to sellers and get deals. We're excited. And then last time, we're going to do the one thing, which is going to break down exactly the one thing everyone needs to come out of this event with to start doing some deals. So let's kind of talk about this, and then obviously we're going to go to Vidoria at 7 p.m. That's like across the street, some Mexican rooftop place. I found Mexicans not as good in Dallas as in other areas. I think we'll figure that out. Not as good as San Antonio, but still pretty good food. So we'll hang out there after at like 7 o'clock. We'll have a couple hours, and we'll continue the party. So let's talk about virtual wholesaling, what it is, breaking it down. I think a lot of people know of it, or some people have never done it. So raise your hand if you've never tried virtual wholesaling before. Jeez, okay, that's a lot. So it's kind of like this half's done a lot of virtual, and this half hasn't. So that's kind of weird. So if you've never done virtual wholesaling, you will. And what I mean by this is, technically everyone, if you're not from Dallas and you're doing a deal now, you're going to virtually do it. So my first virtual wholesaling deal was outside of my own, like I was in my market in Port St. Lucie. I was in Gainesville, and it's basically the entire process, except you just kind of use the e-signature. It's not as complicated as you want it to be. I promise you, it's not that crazy. So what is virtual wholesaling? Virtual wholesaling is the process of wholesaling real estate from your computer or your cell phone. That is it. Right? It's not that complicated, as I say a million times. This is an income-producing strategy like any other business. If you feed it leads, the money will come in, just like a regular business. So let's break down the virtual wholesaling process. Pretty simple. Number one, we're going to find motivated sellers, day 1 through 7. We're going to go out here and get the property under contract, day 7 through 14. Then from there, we're going to go on 14 to 18, find an end buyer. And then we're going to walk through, sign the contract, and then get our money. It's like regular wholesaling, except that one part that is different is how we get the property under contract, how we do the walkthrough, and possibly how we get the end buyer. We just got to break it all down, but yeah, from there. Now, the slides are all going to be downloadable for anyone on here. We're going to put that in the Flipbook Plus course tab, so it's all going to be in there for you, so you don't have to screenshot or anything like that if you don't want to. But number one question I get asked is, how do I pick the best virtual wholesaling market? What's the best one? Well, it's pretty simple, and I've done a lot of virtual markets, and that's where, heck, 90% of my income is now, just because you can scale it, and that's the point. My number one advice is find a large pool of people, so I'd say over 100,000 population, and in an area that is affordable. And what I mean by this is, you want a lot of people that are buyers and sellers, and you want it at not an insane price. That's the point. Now, we can go into a whole reason why this works. Just to make things simple and short, if the population's over 100,000 for the county, and the median home price is under 400,000, that's money. It's money in the bank. Those work the best. You get the best discounts, and you have enough people that want to buy your deal. You do not want to be in a place that there's 2,000 people living in it. Like I had a deal in Denton, Texas. Very hard to sell when there's 2,000 people living in there, okay? Because everyone knows each other there. It's not good. Now, there are required skills in virtual wholesaling that you don't really need for regular wholesaling. Number one is going to be phone skills. The ability to talk on the phone really well and articulate yourself. So it's not saying you don't need an accent. Who cares if you have an accent? It's the ability to communicate and to overcome objections. You have more objections in virtual wholesaling than any other type of wholesaling. You need to be able to stick to a script. What I like to say here is you're kind of like an actor. It's the best way I say it, right? You have your line, and you have to invoke the line. Now, you're not lying. You're saying a script, but you're saying it in a way where the seller understands who you are and what do you want. Next year is patience. Whew. This is wholesaling in general. When a seller talks, you listen. Now, I've talked to a lot of people that claim to be introverts. That is a strength, not a weakness. You have to probably listen 80% of the time talking to a seller. That's it. You can't be talking. I'll tell you more in the acquisitions part about how it works, but if you have patience, you'll do well. Consistency. That's the next part. That's regular wholesaling in general. If you show up every single day, you feed the puppy in wholesaling, I'll talk about that, you'll get deals. Next year is discipline. Same thing as consistency, they work together. Empathy, this is really, really important. Cannot stress this enough. So, does anyone know the difference between empathy and sympathy? What is it?
Empathy is understanding someone's situation. Sympathy is feeling bad.
Exactly. So that's it. Empathy is actually caring. Sympathy is letting them know that their situation's bad. And there's a big difference between this. A lot of people say, and unless you've been through it, it's hard to truly understand it, but oh, I'm sorry your dog passed away, versus, oh, I'm sorry. And it's like a tiny little thing, but over the phone, people tell the difference. It's a huge difference I found in success, and it comes to the next part, rapport building. Actually having the seller trust you. In virtual wholesaling, it's tough. There's a lot of Lucas, there's a lot of Nates out here that they'll go in person and close the deal. And so you got to beat these people out. And the best way to beat them out is with rapport. You hope you don't have them behind you, and you're good to go. And right? So rapport building is really important, but also is speed. You have to beat these people. You are not going to be able to beat some of these really good wholesalers in person. But if they're a little busy, and maybe they can get to the lead tomorrow, you get to it today and get it closed. And that's kind of the point here. So one of my favorite tools for virtual wholesaling, number one is Podio. A lot of people ask me, why don't you use this crazy CRM system that's $5,000 or $400 a month? I'm simple, it's Podio. You got a lead, you can pop it up, it tells you when to talk to them. It's simple. Maybe I'm just a simple guy, but if I can run a 7-figure wholesaling operation doing it, you're good to go. Now, I'll be completely transparent and upfront with everyone. We have a crazy Salesforce, very expensive automated sequence for the JVs. But once you're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of leads and thousands every single month coming in, you kind of have to, you get a little fancy. But for wholesaling in general, in our personal and virtual, Podio is fine. There gets to a point where you get the fancy, cute stuff, but not right now for you guys. Next year's Google Voice. It's free, okay? There are better call ones. I love CallRail, but right now, got started, you got no money, Google Voice is the best. Next year's going to be an e-signature service. This is really important. Now, DocuSign is the best, by far. But there's PandaDoc, there's Adobe, you'll be fine with any other one. So don't worry too much about it. But an e-signature service is a must. Government websites, I've had a lot of you guys on Zooms with me every single week saying, I can't get the government site, what do I do? What do I do? And that's not a weakness, that's a strength. Because if you can't get it, then the average guy can't get it, or gal, and that's the point. Next year, cyber background checks. I was talking to some people at lunch yesterday of how I found this website. And the funniest part about it was I was getting about 15 calls a day on my personal cell, and I'm like, how are you getting my number? They're like, oh, cyber background checks. I'm like, what? I've used IDI, TLO, every big skip, batch, prop stream. I've skip traced my own phone number, address, all this stuff. Nothing. And this stupid website had my personal cell, the last 5 addresses I lived in, and my dorm address in college. It had everything. It was scary. And I was like, whoa. And so what do you guys think the first thing I did when I found that out? I searched the guru's addresses. And I'll tell you, I'm not saying a word, but if you look them up, you'll see $150,000 little shacks. And I ain't talking about that. But cyber background checks, it's all there. Look it up. And you can cross-reference. But the truth is, first of all, I'm going to tell everyone here, go to that website and click remove your info on the bottom. It's scary. Okay, now we're not scared anymore. We can use it to find deals. I promise you, you have an abandoned house and you can't get their phone number. Go to the website. It's scary. Better than paid one, but it's manual. You have to do it all in all. You're good to go. On top of the two, I do want to do one thing. Cyber background checks, they're owned by Indanto, which is a big data company, and I can't mention things, but if you ever heard of big skip tracing companies, they use that service to get their phone numbers. And so this is kind of like their free, like, get you cracked on it, and then they sell you the big API thing. And me and Rick used to look at making a skip tracing company, and we figured out the big players. We know how it all works now, but they're a big player. Legally can't say who they've worked with, but they've worked with a lot of companies that you pay 14 cents a record. Crazy. So check it out. Again, Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com. Heck, if I don't want to pop on PropStream or something like that, you got a deal, I'll just look on it really quick. Works really well. And that's the best way to do it. There's not a lot of crazy free groups out here or tools for virtual wholesaling, but there are plenty where you can get it done. Facebook groups are amazing. You can find deals, buyers, all that stuff. And ChatGPT, Gemini AI, stuff changing the game. It's really exciting. We've got a whole section there for wholesaling.com. I'll show you how to do it. Now, there are paid virtual wholesaling tools that work really well for us. Now, you don't have to use these, but they do help us a lot. And they're definitely stuff I highly recommend. Now, number one's dmzack.com. They're going to be here today. Pretty cool guys. They've saved a lot of people a lot of money, and I've made a lot of money driving for dollars. And still to this day, with the ever-changing landscape we have in wholesaling real estate, driving for dollars doesn't change. It never will change. And me and Rick know guys that are old and they don't move too well anymore. And they've been wholesaling since 1984. And they make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And AI's come, direct mail's come, the softwares have come, all this. They don't even know what PropStream is. You talk to these guys, it's funny. They don't even know what any of this stuff is. Heck, they only knew Rick basically because we've done deals with them. But the funny part is that they don't know any of this wholesaling internet stuff. They drive for dollars. That's what they do. And they make a lot of money doing it. And they talk to sellers that are old, just like them, and that's how they make money. And so driving for dollars works. This app's the best for it. It's pretty cool, and we'll talk about this later. Now, next is DocuSign. I love DocuSign. Amazing company. Click a button, get the contract signed. It's not necessary, but for virtual wholesaling, it makes your life a lot easier. Next, there's the dialer. Once you start pumping out more dials, you make more money. I'll say Mojo's working really well too. That's the dialer I use starting out in virtual wholesaling. That helped me out the most. But you scale up, you need a little better ones. VAs are really good too. Love VAs. Don't need them starting out, but they make your life a lot easier. Now, what are the best lists in virtual wholesaling to go find deals? It's the number one question I get asked. And I should probably skip this entire thing. I'll be honest with you. When I go to a new market, I don't know if it's the best list. I really don't. I test. That's all I do. That's how scientists do. That's how everyone does. And so when I get a new wholesaler, and a lot of you guys that have done deals have talked to me before, I'll make you do 15 lists. I'll make you do 15. And guess what? 13 fail, and 2 get deals. Okay, we found the 2 to do deals. Let's do even more of that. And you do more of that. And you just tune the engine. And you have a regular engine, you tune it up, make it better and better and better and better, and then it's roaring well. So obviously, I tell everyone pull as many government lists as possible, pull as many paid lists as possible. Go even use leverage lists, which we'll talk about today too. I've been talking to some people about that too. You get deals. They're the best out here. There's not a better list, in my opinion, than a government list combined with some sort of driving for dollars, which makes it a little tougher, but there's a way around in virtual wholesaling we're going to talk about. Now, government lists. I've talked about this forever, and I'll continue to talk about these lists because no one else talks about them, and they get deals. They make me more money than anything else. Code violations, water shutoffs, fire damaged properties, tax liens, tax delinquencies, probates, arrest records. Talking about them forever. But if you can get this from the government, it works. Everyone and their mom is going to all the softwares and pulling all the lists. This is worse now than it was last year, and it's worse in 2023 than it was in 2022. This is a problem in wholesaling that no one talks about. But the more people get in this business, which it's growing like crazy, the more people just go to the software, they do the easy, simple path. And that's a problem. No one's going after these lists, and that's where the most motivation is. Half the time you can't get them online. You're going to have to find a boots on the ground to help you out, or another wholesaler. We helped Sebastian kind of learn a little workaround on this. It's pretty cool. And so we got some hacks we're going to show you here on how you can find people to be your boots on the ground too, no, we'll get it going there. So we're the top paid lists, talk about free lists. Again, high equity works really well. I'll tell anyone, any deal you're gonna make over $40,000 on, it's on the high equity list. It's not on it, unless you're wholesaling a subject to or a lease option. Every single one, it's a crazy statement, is on this list. Every big deal is on the high equity list. Now you guys rush to prop stream and try to pull it. Guess what you're gonna find? 40,000. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of leads. 40,000. Ooh, we got to filter that out. We can stack them. So high equity is on the top. You guys see that on the top? Every list you pull on the paid list should have high equity in it. And then on top of that, we can filter it down even more. So number 2, vacant, absentee owner, just no one living in the house. Come on, it's money. Stacked list again. So high equity with maybe a pre-foreclosure, high equity with a probate with a pre-foreclosure. It's just stacked lists. They show up more than once, and that's the point here. We use mailingmastery.com filters, so just go through that. It's basically our direct mail course, but we show you if you're going to spend $7 grand on direct mail, you should filter out your data really well for you don't want to waste $7 grand, right? And so we use those filters. I don't go into a whole breakdown of it. It's percentage, how long they've owned it, all these things. Just go there, it'll show you how to do it. But for the gist, you want to make sure that the person doesn't own more than 3 or 4 houses. You want to make sure equity is at least 55%. You want to make sure they own the house for at least 3 years. Stuff that's hard for me to explain, but when I do a bunch of deals, I see what shows up more than once, and that's it. So there's a method to my madness. Now again, all $40,000 plus deals is on the high equity list, so do the high equity. It's there. 3 years ownership, 1.25% of the median home price or less I have found. So if the median home price in your county is $100,000, you want to do $125,000 or less of the value of the property. Once you start getting above that, it ain't going to work too well unless, the only exception to the rule is if you've done deals at $300,000 and above, go do it. But prove me wrong, okay? But all I can say is I don't like to go above 25% above the median home price. You're good to go. No more than 5 properties owned. 3 works, but it depends where you're trying to filter out the data. If you want to filter out more, you can do that. You want to be in zip codes that buyers want to buy. This is really important. So if you have cash buyers, ask them where they're looking to buy. And then the number 1 answer I get is, I buy anywhere. And I'll say, do you buy in the hood? No. Well, you don't buy everywhere. So tell me what zip codes you buy. Oh, just send me the deal. I get asked, just send me the deal. How about you tell me the last 5 properties you bought for cash? Okay. You'll see the zip codes, and you'll find it. It's like asking a kid what food he likes. He says, I like all food. And you see the last 5 meals they've had, it's all mac and cheese. You know they like mac and cheese. So you just got to ask. Now, let's talk about leverage lists. This is exciting. This is something it's a new opportunity coming around, which is really cool. And it's something I'm trying to show you guys before it kind of gets pushed out everywhere, because it's going to get annoying pretty quick. But pretty much the best way I talk about it is find minions to do the work with you. Okay, let me talk about this. I didn't say for you, I said with you. All right? We're going to find these are what 17-year-old kids look like now. That's the way I look at it sometimes. They got they got the part in the middle. I used to have that. Grew out of that. But you want to find young, hungry wholesalers that have made no money. And you want them to come to you and say, I'll do anything, right? And the point of this is, a lot of you guys starting out, you don't have money to drop $6,000 a month salaries. You go on YouTube, look at the scaling, the office tours. And we've had offices, we'll talk about that. We've had a lot. And you'll see you have 14 employees and they're behind the computer and they're not really doing anything. If anyone here has a salary job, you know you spend 3 hours a day on the computers looking at the clock. You're not doing anything really. And so you don't want those employees. It's not worth it. They all want health care. They want benefits. I've had acquisitions. People want 401ks, matching them. You don't want employees if you're starting out. Now, the point here is we're going to find minions or wholesalers who are going to work for us. That is the point. So if you can find 5 hungry kids to drive for dollars for you. reverse drive for dollars, put bandit signs out, right? Just help them out. Boots on the ground in that market. Now, I want to emphasize this. You don't want a wholesaler to be your boots on the ground, okay? But you want them to kind of be that person on the ground to drive for dollars for you. And so if you're a guy like Dan who's in Spain, he can't put sticky notes out on properties. But he can probably find 5 kids that are willing to do it. And if he can provide them skip tracing maybe, and he'll call and close the lead, because these kids, they're so sucked on TikTok that they don't have the attention span half the time to go close a seller. Dan can do all that. All they have to do is put a sticky note on the house, which is something Dan can't do. That's the point. You're putting up half, he's putting up half, and he's paying for gas and all that. He's driving, it's hot outside. He's bringing half the value. And so if you match it, you'll do good. On top of that too, you can leverage your buyers with them. It works really well. And now, leverage is something we're going to talk about a little later too. So we'll have the full 5K a day. If you flip the itinerary on the other side for tomorrow, we have a whole 5K a day training we're actually doing. And it's going to be kind of a course coming out in Flip Work Plus that we're talking about. We got the whole JV Bible I'll give to everyone, kind of thick. But we'll talk more about leverage lists tomorrow. But if you can find 5 people, just do the math, 5 people doing 50 sticky notes a day, 250, you multiply that by 5, it's 1,000. That's 5,000 sticky notes you can put out a month. You should be able to get 3 or 4 deals from that. You got to split it, but 4 deals cost $0, and you're virtually doing it. Like no one does it except for me. 4 people I've helped doing this, and they've changed their lives doing it, mostly in Tampa. But marketing channels in virtual wholesaling network, there's 3, same thing in regular. Cold calling, SMS text blasting, and some sort of leverage lists. Now, I would say driving for dollars, but you can't drive for dollars. You're not really going to do direct mail in virtual wholesaling. It's a little riskier to do. It's unproven unless you have proven it. Digital bandit signs work too. You have to prove that too. But mostly cold calling, SMS text blasting. And some sort of direct mail from the leverage list is going to help you the best here. Now, another way to find deals virtually wholesaling is other agents. And if you can figure out that pocket listing thing, it works well. And we have agents send us deals all the time, but you have to talk to a lot of agents and the right agents that deal with, what was the term I used? I'm trying to say this the most nicest way possible, because I've said some mean words to NAR. I told Jessica, you don't want to be a 2-bit trashed property realtor. You don't want to be like, there's realtors that are known to do that, right? They deal with the trash of the trash houses, and all you do is go to realtor.com, you go to max price 100K if your average median home price is 400,000, and all the Section 8 housing buyers agents, that's who you go after. And they don't make a lot of money, and all they do is the trashiest deals. It's not fun. But those people will bring you deals that they just can't sell on the MLS. And I'll talk about a little later on that too. Obviously, JVs are an amazing one to do. We can do really well with this. Now, what are some bad virtual wholesaling methods? There are things that make me scream when you guys virtually wholesale, and it drives me up a wall. Number 1, offers on MLS properties. I don't know who's been telling you this. Do not deal with the MLS. Unless you guys enjoy being attacked and love objections, MLS is not your friend. It's more work, you make less money, and you're not having a good time. Who here, raise your hand if you've done a deal on the MLS? Would you rather do MLS deals or off-market deals? Off-market all day. It drives me crazy. Everyone knows when I talk about realtors, it drives me crazy. Now, SEO PPC, unless you're high level, I would avoid this, unless you really know what you're talking about. Every single person I know that does really well with SEO and PPC, they're really nerdy guys that really know their stuff, and they know how to code, and they do their own website. The average person who's going to tell you to do SEO or PPC owns an SEO or PPC agency. It's the truth. And you'd be shocked the prices on them. $5,000 a month. You do direct mail, it does way better. Facebook ads, the ROI is not there, I promise you. Okay, it is not there. We've done deals on Facebook ads, they're not fun. They're not worth it. Next year, billboards, I don't know who's done this, but don't be doing it, okay? Billboards don't work. Not a single call. people look at it.
We put it on the main highway rather than over our town.
It doesn't work. It don't work. Not at all. Billboards only work in Canada because you can't get data in Canada. But that's for another story. Don't do expired listings. That's a recipe for disaster. FSBOs do not work either, really, for virtual wholesaling. I know you've done some FSBO deals. I've done FSBO deals. But the majority of FSBO guys doing deals are actually in person. So for virtual, it's good to learn a little more. But a lot of people get stuck in a lull on FSBOs. And I got to get you out of the lull. So I kind of got spazzed out a couple weeks ago on Gaetano because I don't know if anyone knows that story, but he was a little nervous talking to sellers, and so he decided he's only doing FSBOs. And guess what happened? He'd made no money. Next month, only FSBOs, no money, because he was scared to start off market. And so I sat him down, and I got really, really angry at him. And I said, dude, stop with the FSBOs. And he said, why, man? I said, stop with the FSBOs. All you have to do is do off market. You're spending all this time doing FSBOs, and they're all crazy. He's like, I don't know. I'm like, do it, or I'm not talking to you. I'm not kidding. That's what I did. Like, I was mean. And guess what happened? 1 week later, he makes $25,000 on an off-market deal. He says, wow, I guess you were right. And so I don't understand this. Phillips isn't here, but Phillips, he's a victim of this too. It's a disease where people only do FSBOs and they feel like they can be the king of the FSBOs. Don't do it, okay? King of the flies, it don't work. So don't do FSBOs. So virtual wholesaling, it works if you feed the puppy. What do I mean feed the puppy? We got a cute puppy here. It's hungry. Anyone here have a dog? You love dogs, right? Do you have to feed a dog every day? Yeah, you don't. So a lot of people treat wholesaling real estate as like a stuffed animal, when it's really a living, breathing organism. It's a business. And what we mean by this is it's a puppy, okay? Puppies grow, puppies are cute, but you can't be a puppy forever. And you gotta be patient. A puppy's not gonna turn into a full adult overnight, and you can't expect that. That's ridiculous. But the puppy's not gonna be a puppy forever if you feed it. Now, this is grim, but how do you keep a puppy small? You don't feed it. And it doesn't work well. Let's not talk about that, right? So if you want the puppy to grow, you have to feed it. So, feed the puppy the right food, all right? And so, kind of going back here, if you want the puppy to grow, you gotta feed it every day. Your virtual wholesaling real estate business is the same way. Or any business is the same way. You show up every day, you feed the puppy. You don't have a dog and be like, you know what? Tell people, I'm going to change the word marketing to food and wholesaling to puppy. It's like, I fed the puppy 4 days ago. I don't need to feed it for the next couple days. It's fine. I'm going to take you know what? The puppy doesn't have to eat this weekend. No food, no water. No, that's cruel, that's terrible. You go to jail for that, right? And the funny part is, people say, you know what, I'm so burnt out from feeding the puppy every day. You got to do it every day. It sounds mentally insane, right? Because you don't want to kill the thing. But in virtual wholesaling, people will be like, you know, I mean, how about I just feed it all Monday and I don't feed it for the rest of the week? And then maybe Friday. No, do it every single day. That's it. And heck, it's weird, but like, even if you can't feed it properly, if you feed it every single day enough, you can at least get to a point where then you can feed it more. And so, look at the cute puppy. They're hungry, man. Like, you got to help. And if you want your virtual wholesaling business to grow, you got to feed the puppy. And so, you also have to feed the puppy the right food. If you feed the puppy treats every night for dinner, it's not healthy, it's not going to do good. So, FSBOs, do not feed the puppy FSBOs. Okay? That's not a good diet. Feed it a good list and marketing channel. Feed the business daily with the right stuff and it will grow. Give Coca-Cola to a plant and it ain't gonna grow. Okay? A lot of people tell me, oh man, I did marketing today. I did it. What do you mean? And the marketing is terrible. It's like, I gave it a treat today. You sound crazy. And that's the way I look at it. And that's why people, I literally will look at you the same way if you say you haven't fed your dog in 3 days. It's like, well, how dare you? And so you have to feed the puppy every day. And I've used this analogy because you guys are killing your wholesaling businesses by not feeding it marketing. So puppies grow fast, but not overnight. Same thing in your business. Now, hopefully I got the point across there, just do it every day. Mentally get in the space where you consistently do it every day. So we got some people here. Looks like y'all work out. Who here works out? Okay. So we got some strong people here, right? Some fit people. John put a jacket on, but he works out. You know, here's the thing about working out, right? It's easy once you get in the rhythm of doing it, right? It's a lot easier. And if anyone's gone a week or two without doing it, it gets harder to come back in. And so if you just do some wholesaling every single day, you put in the mindset where it's in. And the brain's a weird thing. Once you prioritize things, it happens, okay? Aaron and Morgan, they don't forget to feed their kids every day, right? It happens. And if they're hungry, they'll tell you. And so you won't forget if you just do it every single day. And it's just, you put in your mind that, yeah, my kids are eating dinner tonight. It's not even a question with Aaron and Morgan's mind about their kids. It's already a fact. Same thing in your wholesaling business. I know it's weird, but like it's the same. If you make it a fact that you're going to do your business today, it'll get done. So let's talk about acquisitions, getting the deal closed. This, again, is how we acquire contracts to sign the house and to get it assigned for a profit. Simple, and really there's some things we have to know about virtual wholesaling acquisitions to get us some deals. So again, virtual wholesaling is 90% disqualifying and 10% qualifying. Okay, everyone wants to sell a house, but no one wants to sell it for a discount, it feels like. And if you learn how to disqualify your sellers, you'll do it really well. Now, some people here have the superpower, the same one that I have, where within 2 minutes you'll figure out if it's a deal or not. It's a weird one to have, but you can kind of get a feel from a seller if they're going to sell for a discount or not. And it's all about the motivation. It's all if it's real or not. And so you have to learn about how to disqualify or qualify. Now, you're not a typical salesperson here. You're more of an interviewer. You just ask questions. So who here is nervous to talk to a seller? Be honest. Who's a little nervous, right? So some people are a little nervous to talk to a seller, right? It's completely understandable. You're not selling, you're not closing, okay? Remember, sales is selling. And so they are not giving us money, we're giving them money, okay? Like, come on. And so we're just asking them questions. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So we got you covered what to say, you're acting at this point, we'll give you the scripts. But really, the sales part is not complicated. So some people here said they're nervous talking to sellers. That's completely okay. There's a script for that. So if somebody says the magic words, I want to sell my property, most people say, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? I give people pieces of paper with MCTP on it. That's it, MCTP. You've heard me say it too many times. But that's it, qualify them. 4 pillars, again, motivation. Why are you looking to sell the property? Why, Mr. Seller? Can you tell me about the condition of the property? C, condition. Tell me about the house, the flooring, AC, repairs. You build rapport by doing this. Time frame, when they're looking to sell, and then P, price, what price they're looking to sell the property for. Once you go through this, it becomes a lot more easy. The conversation's all about confidence. Confidence is something that takes time to have. You do need some experience. But if you truly understand that it doesn't matter at the end of the day, like even if you close the deal, you're not going to die, you're going to be fine. Now, one thing that really helped me with my confidence a lot, and what I tell a lot of people, is the weirdest excuse. It's like, what if they curse at me? What if they say something mean to me on the phone? Right? A lot of people have that fear. And the number one turning point in my mind, and this is stupid, but I'm a weird person, so it's okay. Once someone always cursed at me, I used to say this, because I knew it was in a deal at this point. I mentally said this to myself. And if you're struggling, if someone's going to curse at you, be mean to you, I always said, my mom thinks I'm cool. That's it. So if your mom thinks you're cool, who cares if someone else, because if someone has a bad day, they say, you're a butthole. You'd be like, well, I mean, you don't know me. My mom knows me. You clearly don't know me. You've only known me for a couple minutes. Who cares what you think? And that's, once you start getting that mindset of like, it doesn't matter what that person thinks of you, because the people that really know you think are cool, you're good to go. So the conversation's all about confidence. Confidence, again, is a belief of what you're talking about. I think a lot of people have this weird confidence. Is like, oh, I sound so straightforward when I talk. It's not that. Confidence is 90% subconscious. It's how you're positioned, It's how you talk. It's how you look. Confidence is really, truly, fundamentally believing what you talk about. And so the best example of this I found is with like people that I talk to that are really nervous talking to me on like a live stream or a one-on-one or something. They're super nervous. Again, I'm picking on like nerdy people. And you know, there's all these kids that they love video games, they love all these things, and they're like shy, they're hunched over, they look up and they talk to me like this. And I see like a Call of Duty poster. This is what confidence is. I say, you play Call of Duty? They go, yeah, I play Call of Duty, I love Call of Duty. And they'll talk like this. He's not nervous to talk to me anymore because he's saying things that he believes in. He believes Call of Duty is great. He believes he loves the video game. And that clicked in my mind that it's just a belief in what you're talking about. And a lot of people, you're not nervous talking to a seller because you don't have experience. You don't believe in what you're saying. You don't believe you can help the seller out because people subconsciously think, I don't have the money to buy the house, so I'm actually trying to scam them and do something. You might not have the money, but you and your partner do. I say that all the time. Me and my partner are looking to buy some houses. And if you kind of look, they are going to be on the HUD with you. They are your partner. You should believe in what you're talking about. You already got the proof of funds. You already got their money. Why are you nervous? Simple as that. I've said this plenty of times, but me and Michael Jordan combined have 6 NBA championships. It's a true statement. Combine our rings and we got the same. We have 6. It's not a lie. I believe that statement and I can say that confidently. It's true. And so like, you could say anything, right? But like me and my partner, we have millions of dollars, we're looking to buy the house. Technically, he can buy the house for the right price, you're good to go. And so believe what you're asking too. And so when you're talking to the seller, hey Michelle, why are you looking to sell the property? You gotta believe that statement. Like believe you're actually trying to help them out. A lot of people don't believe in what they're saying. And once you talk about things you believe, your ears pop up, you get more excited about it. And so let's answer these questions first. When you're talking to a motivated seller, especially for virtual wholesaling, they're going to ask you 3 questions that are going to scare you like crazy. And if you don't know how to answer them, you're going to lose the phone call. Number 1, who are you? Raise your hand if you don't know how to answer that. If someone says, who are you? Oh, you know it? Trevor, what do you say if someone says, who are you?
Cash buyer.
You're a cash buyer. It's not bad. Simple, 3 words, good to go. What do you want? Who here knows the answer to that one? What do you want? What do you want, Matthew? Simple, right? Now here's the last one. Why do you want to buy my house? Anyone here not know what to say when someone says why you want to sell the house? Why you want to buy their house? Everyone knows? Sebastian, why do you want to buy my house? Sure. Simple. Confident. Because he believes in it. Simple as that. So if you can answer these 3 fundamental questions, your confidence should skyrocket. Because those are the most stressful questions you're going to get. If you know how to answer them, you're good to go. So who am I? My name's Zach. Me and my partner are looking to buy a couple more houses in the area for cash. Simple. You can have it written down and have a little sheet. Change your name. You'll be good to go. Next, what do I want? Well, I want to buy your house. Me and my partner are looking to buy your house, and we're looking to buy houses in Houston, Dallas, wherever it is. Simple as that, okay? Why do I want to? Simple as that. Me and my partner, we're looking to acquire some properties, either to buy it, to maybe rent it out, maybe to flip it if it needs a little more work. We really don't know until we actually see the house, but once we see the house, we can make a decision. The worst thing you can say, and I will throw this microphone at you if you say this. We're a professional fund, and we're looking to buy properties and investments, and you got your suit jacket, you're all professional, and that ain't going to work. Don't be that guy. That's not the person, or you don't be that guy or gal. That's not the way you do it. You lose that rapport, you lose that connection. When you're talking to somebody over the phone, you want them to think, hey, I'm talking to Ori, right? He's my guy. I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to Ori Investments LLC hedge fund. No, you're talking to Ori, right? That's a guy I know, right? Boom, simple as that. You don't want to talk to people that you feel disconnected from. It doesn't work. And so you got to answer that question, and you're good to go. Now, conditioning the seller is a must. I think everyone here has watched a lot of my live streams, And it seems, redundant, the amount of times I ask the same questions every single time. But that's because wholesaling real estate is a simple process. Does the person want to sell their house? And when you get to giving them an offer, are they ready to make a decision? Yes or no? And so this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo. The way I condition the seller is just simple. Hey, Mr. Seller, before I go talk to you more about this property, are you ready to make a yes or no decision on selling the property? But before I go see the house or me and my partner go talk about this more, I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. I know you're really busy. Are you ready to make a yes or no decision on selling the property? Yeah, I am. Or I got to talk to my husband on the phone or my wife on the phone to talk about it, right? And then I say something like, oh, I get it. Happy wife, happy life. Ha, 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 ha. And then you go to the next part. If somebody is not ready to make a decision to sell the property, you will not get the deal. Simple as that. You will get the worst possible scenario on a wholesaling deal when you're trying to close it. Does anybody know what's the worst thing someone can tell me when I give them an offer? Maybe. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. You lose more. How many people have gotten that and they've closed the deal after? I have. But I'll tell you, it's like 10%. That's the problem. When somebody gives you a maybe, it's 10%. And it's just a simple convo you have beforehand to see if they're serious. Now, has anyone out here ran 2 hours drove an hour and back, 2 hours total to go to an appointment that was a total waste of your time? Yeah. You do 3 of those and you say, I'm never doing that again. And that's the problem. You don't want to drive 2 hours and waste your entire day that you could have done something else if you just condition the seller. This is my secret. I swear, I've seen a lot of seminars, seen a lot of things. You'll spend a lot of money on an acquisition boot camp. They listen to this one big secret. And they make you sign a paper saying you'll never tell another soul about this. This is important stuff. It gets you deals and it makes you close it. So when it comes to giving the virtual wholesaling offer, like a regular offer, but over the phone, it is a little different. Again, you want to you're more, I don't like using salesy, but you are more salesy. It's not me and Zack talking to you, one-on-one. We're just, if it works, you got to be a little more pressure. You have to have more speed. If I'm in Dallas, Zack's going to the house, I'm getting it closed. I got to beat him, right? And so if he's helping his wife out, they're all getting ice cream, and it's their anniversary, he might not be working that day. Oh, maybe I'll go close the deal, right? It's an opportunity. And so speed is going to be everything here. So what I like to say is, what we do is we're going to write up an agreement first to buy the property, and then our partners go out and confirm the condition. Your number one problem is going to be, why don't you just go see me at the house? Or are you local? You have a Michigan area code, and this is New Jersey. Well, actually, yes, I actually do live in New Jersey. Don't lie. I've had all these people saying, lie, 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 lie. When you lie, you don't believe what you're saying. Again, that's confidence. You don't want that to be a problem. And so what you want to do is say the truth, and you guys see me on live calls do this all the time. Yeah, no, I live in Florida, but my partner is in Texas. Again, it's getting really expensive to buy property. Heck, my property insurance is up 30% this year. It's insane. And so if I can buy a rental property for a lot cheaper, I want to do it in Texas. We have the money, we have the capital. Is me living in Florida, having the money going to affect me buying your property today? No, if you have the money, it's good to go. I use that same exact example when someone said, you're too young to be buying my house. Well, if I have the cash, does it matter? No. And so I think that's the problem a lot of people have. If you have like a thick accent, all you have to say is my accent going to affect me buying your property? No. People are like, oh, that sounds bad. When you start thinking about it, it's like, I shouldn't have said that to that wholesaler, right? So again, what you want to do is to let them know, hey, what we do first is we write up an agreement to buy it, because I'm not here to waste my time or your time, and then we have our partner go out here and confirm the condition. What seller's going to say, well, I want you to see it. Well, let's just get an agreement first, and then we'll go out here and look at the house. Simple as that. So you give the offer to the seller, you stay on the phone. Okay, your biggest problem, there's a lot of issues here in virtual wholesaling. Just talk to them, give them the offer and say, yeah, that works. Good call back, whatever method you want to close them on. They'll say, okay, I'm going to send you the contract on email. Bye. We've statistically found a 50% fail rate on that. Because once the seller they sit down, they look at the contract, they say, what's an inspection period? Oh, this is a scam. and they get out of it, right? Because they don't know. And so what you want to do is stay on the phone and answer their objection. An unanswered objection is an instant no, right? It's a scam. Everyone calls everything a scam now. So stay on the phone until the e-signature is signed. Never get off the phone. So a cool transition word I like in virtual wholesaling is simply, okay, great. So that agreement price works for you. Okay, what I'm going to do is send you over the agreement right now. I don't say contract, say agreement over an e-signature on your email. So tell me when you're on your email right now. It just got sent. Let me know when you open it. I'm going to stay on the phone with you just in case you have any questions. All you have to say, and then stay on the phone. And like I've said a lot of times, you get annoying. Have you ever had a phone call where it's like, I just want to get this person off the phone, right? Like, I already agreed to the price. Are we done? And it comes like, okay, Zach's annoying me so much over the phone. If I sign it, he gets off. Signed. Simple. Makes it more quicker. And then we can beat Zach when he's on his anniversary dinner. And he calls the seller back and says, I signed a contract. Like, wait, what? I just took a day off. You want to be that guy. That's the, because you don't have much choice, because then someone like him is going to go on the appointment in a day or two. You have no shot, especially if it's a good seller. So you got to go it, right? And like, you know, we talked with Aaron when he looked at that lead with Luca, right? Like, a seller's going to they're going to talk to 7 wholesalers. Usually, it's not the best wholesaler that gets the deal, it's the one that talks them the quickest. And so once you get the deal locked up, we got to find buyers. Again, there's a lot of ways to find buyers. We can cold call the 4 rents. These are landlords, like David Lecco. You know, he owns a lot of real estate, and he owns cash buyers. And so he's a cash buyer. Call him on the 4 rents. Search Facebook groups. There's a lot of buyers in your area on Facebook groups. Real estate investing groups are great too. Title companies have, like, think about it. If you're at a wholesaling friendly title company, if let's do a smaller area, you know, let's kind of do, you know, DeRidder, Louisiana. There's probably 3 at most, and I know the answer is probably 1 or 2. There's 2 wholesaling title companies there. Every wholesaler is sending their cash buyers on 2 title companies. Those 2 title companies have all the cash buyer data. And those title companies want to do more transactions or less transactions. They want to do more. Are they loyal to wholesalers? No, they're not. And so they actually have cash buyers. Say, can I get a list of buyers? I have a deal that I want to go use you. And they know if the deal loses, it goes to realtor. Realtor uses the bougie title company. Title companies care about their own pockets. They don't care about you. Same thing as realtor. And so you just got to be very, very careful with that. Real estate auctions are great. Cannot stress this enough. If there's local real estate auctions in your area, go to them. There's 30 people bidding on properties. And if you see them like put their hand up and bid, they just put a bid for 150 grand to buy a house for cash. And they lost because there's 30, only 1 person wins. You have 29 sad people walking out the door. 29 sad people walking out the door because they couldn't buy a house for cash. And they're looking to buy an investment property. Make them happy. Simple as that. It's a quick, easy conversation. Next year, realtors, I know I trash realtors a lot, but realtors have all the cash buyers. And my favorite part of realtors is they create cash buyers. I've said the secret before, but the best buyers are not buyers. They always pay the most for it. And so my favorite cash buyers recently have been the ones that overpay. And these are just rich people. And so these are heart surgeons. These are people that own like sanitation companies, and they want to diversify, right? They own a marketing agency, and they want to buy real estate. Are they going to instantly know what wholesaling is and talk to a wholesaler to buy the house? No. So they contact their local realtor. They search how to buy investment property. Call a realtor, go on the MLS and buy a house, right? If you already have the realtor's back pocket, the realtor's going to say, I have a secret deal for you. And you know why the realtor does it? Because you're going to get cracked on these really cheap houses. And boom, you can help them out. And cash buyer realtors are easy. You go to Deal Machine, you go to any software, you go to Cash Buyers, MLS, and then you can just contact the buyer's agent. And usually their phone number is right there. You can cold call them. It's an easy way to find deals. I love it. And they work really, really well for me. Next here is you can use PropStream. That's another really good software to use too. They all work really good. DMZack.com is a good one, and then Zack Data is a good one here. Now, the question everyone asks is boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground. That's the scariest, most stressful thing for everyone. It's pretty simple. Either you're going to pay someone to take pictures and walk through the property for you because you're physically not there, or, I mean, You could have someone go for free, but for most people, you're going to have to pay, right? So this person can be a realtor, a Facebook gig person. Notary is really cool. 123notary.com is one of my favorite websites for notaries. Most notaries are broke, and most notaries will do anything for $50. And so they'll do basically anything for you. But never, ever, ever use another wholesaler that isn't your partner as a boots on the ground. Every single month, I get 3 or 4 deals stolen from me from other wholesalers. And probably another triple of that of people I JV with that decide that they can make more money without me. But like actual like stealing a deal, 3 or 4, and they're all wholesalers. It's never the Facebook gig person, it's never the notary that steals my deal because they don't know what to do with it. It's another wholesaler. And like I've always said before, if someone has no money, they're more willing to screw you than somebody with money because reputation means a lot. And so again, you can have your seller take pictures of you for free. I'm not a big fan of it. I've had this done before. Hey, Mr. Can you just do a quick walkthrough? We can do a video call, and just so we don't have to have people barge through your house. It kind of sucks because like you bring the buyer through, they're like, you already saw the house. You already told me. You could do it. It's not my favorite. What I like doing is partnering up with maybe a JV partner. You know, I know it kind of sucks, but like if you have a JV partnership and you bring it to the title company, they can't really screw you. And they go out here, they get half the deal. I know it sucks, but they do a lot of the hands-on work for you. And so, for example, we're kind of picking on Dan, but like if Dan can find someone, if he's in Spain, to go drive for dollars for him, and he already agreed to give half the deal to him taking pictures of the house and walking the buyer through is no extra cost for Dan. He's already given up half the deal. So just go do it, right? That's why those leverage lists work really, really well too. Now, I have some rules for dispositions for virtual wholesaling. Again, once the assignment of contract is signed, follow up with the buyer and seller weekly. I know it sounds stupid, but people forget. They say, why would I call them every week? They're like, well, I never heard from you, so I just assumed you're not buying the house anymore. I know it sounds stupid, but it happens every single time if you don't do it. Again, never let the buyer see the house without being qualified. How do you qualify a buyer? So if they say, yeah, I'm looking to buy houses for cash, here's my proof funds, everything, say, okay, well, before you go see the house, I condition them. If the property is the same condition as the pictures, are you willing to buy it and send the assignment? Right now, $3,000 non-refundable earnest money deposit. No, actually I'm not too serious about it. You gotta condition them. You'll see if they're ready to put $3 grand down today, you'll get it done. Never let the buyer see the house unless they're already giving you a yes on buying the deal before seeing it. Again, let the seller know that your buyer is your partner. Don't be like, he's a contractor, he's your partner. Now, once you go to like buyer number 4 or 5, you can get creative with that. That's all I can say. And then again, never list the deal on Facebook, Craigslist, email blast. Don't do it. Call your buyers for your deal. This is really, really important. Okay, I know you got a question. We'll get to you too. But never, ever try to email blast your buyer to do a big purchase, okay? It's not a good way to do it. I don't understand people do it. People that try to close sellers over text, it don't work. You have to go do it over the phone. Simple as that. So I had a question?
Yeah, it was more of a statement. One thing that I started doing.
Here, take the mic.
I
I don't know if it's too long.
One thing I started doing was I would take all of my buyers through it once, and that literally helped them like speed up making a decision because now they're like, oh, so I'm not the only one that's looking at it. And usually it's better with vacant properties because the sellers there, I just try not to try to mediate and make sure everybody's not talking to everybody. But when it's vacant property, I have them all go through it once, and I know a deal that we had last week where the guy was like dragging his feet until he realized somebody else pulled up to the house, and as soon as we got back, we got the deal done.
We have buyers do that too.
Fear of missing out is really key dealing with buyers too.
But once they know you're legit, they know. A lot of people call your bluff. They're like, oh, you don't have other buyers. No, sorry, I sold it to the other guy. And they look it up. They're like, oh, did sell. Buyers will try to screw you. They're bad. They're really bad. If they know you're the only buyer, they'll say, you don't need to make 25 grand on a deal. You only need to make 5. And they will do it to you. It's scary. And so you want to make sure your buyers know that there's multiple ones out there. And once they can prove it, you're good to go. So real quick, do we have any questions about virtual wholesaling?
I just had a question of why do you say no Facebook Marketplace?
So you can get your deal stolen. So if I post 2616 Main Avenue, Dallas, Texas, on Facebook Marketplace, cash only, as is, ARV, you know it's a wholesaling deal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the address, find the seller, call them and say, it's listed for 95. I can offer you 105 for your house. And I get, sorry, I'm getting out of your deal. And then you lose the deal. You post it publicly, and also, one of the worst fears, hey, I see my house on Facebook. Why is it on Facebook? You said you're buying it. This is a scam. I got to get out. You don't want to risk it. And when we're talking about life-changing money for a lot of people, $30,000 in a month, you don't want to risk it, man. So that's it. Any other questions?
The one concern that I think about sometimes with virtual wholesaling is how to price a property when you don't live in that one.
Yeah.
Can you touch on that?
Yeah, so I mean, mostly what it is comps or comparables. Again, I can't do a full 5-hour presentation on that, but you'll figure out it's hard, some markets, right? And so some markets are easier than others, just being honest, right? If I'm doing Atlanta, I can figure it out pretty quick and easy. If I'm doing Dallas, it's pretty quick and easy, but if I'm doing a weird area, like I've never done a deal in, it's gonna be tough. And so it's pretty simple. It's like, I use this example a lot, but do you know what the price of a signed Thriller Michael Jackson vinyl is worth? Yeah, do you know the value of it? No. How are you going to figure it out? You're just going to look, where's it selling for on eBay, right? Sounds random. And you're like, yeah, they're selling for $550. Same thing in real estate, right? So if I see this house, what are similar 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom real estate's way more complicated, but 32 square feet, they're selling for between this, and guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to lowball them, make a lot of money. Simple as that. Any other questions? Trevor.
Yeah, so I know you said don't market the deals on Facebook or whatever. What if you just put a description of the property?
That's good.
No pictures, no address, just quick description. Hey, 3 bed, 1 bath. A little bit of details about it, and then if you want any more info, DM me. Something like that.
So I'll tell you another secret. This is virtual, so it's not in person, but for in-person guys, we used to put bandit signs out. They're white. 3-2, for sale, cash only, I need to sell quick. And you find a lot of buyers, a lot of wholesalers like that. So we kind of got too many wholesalers, so we kind of stopped doing it. Same thing on Facebook. 3-2, need to sell quick for a deep discount. Put emojis. I don't know why emojis, you get a 50% better responses. But you got to remember, once you chum up the waters, it's going to be sharks. There's going to be fish, it's going to be sharks. So you got to be careful with that. It's a good one to do, but what you'd rather do is already have the buyers on deck and reach out to them from there. But here's the cool part about buyers. With the advent of software now, it's hard to get screwed on a deal. So if you're claiming to be a buyer, let me look you up on the software and see how many houses you own. If John Smith is claiming to be this cool buyer and he's got all the chains and the whips and the cool thing, I don't care. Show me your deeds. You can't show me one house you own? It's easier than ever now in real estate. It's not like you're a crypto or a stock trader. You can manipulate the numbers. How many real estate you own? Give me the address. Let me look it up. Can't lie about that. Simple as that. Dylan, what's up?
How do you answer that question if the seller is qualifying you as you're new in your business, and I haven't bought any properties yet, so how do I answer that when they say, can you show me proof that you're legitimate?
Yeah, so for example, if you're in my market and we're JVing together, I'll probably just send you 5 houses I own. And to say, this is my partner, Zack. So I'd be like, hey, I'm Dylan, I'm kind of younger, I'm working with him, and so the property's being owned in this LLC. And he's the principal in the LLC. Okay. Simple as that. So you can, like Michael Jordan, right? Me and Michael Jordan both won 6 championship rings, right? Let me give the years. We both won them collectively. So it sounds ridiculous, but you can claim it, and you're not lying. When you lie, you lose confidence. You lose that belief in what you're saying. So what helped me a lot when I was 17. Some say you're too young to buy the house. Well, actually no, I'm not actually buying the house. I'm buying it with my dad. He has all the money. He's got all the old rich guy, right? And I'm just the guy that looks at the house. But I still make the decision. I make everything the decision on buying the property. Simple as that. So one more question. 2 more. Alicia, what's up?
So when it comes to hiring boots on the ground in a virtual market,
Mm-hmm.
how much information are you disclosing to that person? Like say I'm only giving them $50 and homeowner is asking questions.
Yeah, it's really not that complicated. So for like pictures, I say, hey, I need someone to take 50 pictures of the house and then a video just walking through the house. That's it. And I know this is weird, but I require everyone to have an iPhone. Not because iPhones are better, because Androids are better quality, but the variation of quality camera on an Android is insane. You have the best and you have the worst all together. And so I've hired people on Facebook that have the peanut, it looks like a peanut, looks like a potato, the quality, and they're like the best photography type thing. So I just say, need an iPhone, take 75 pictures of the house. Simple as that.
They don't talk at all.
No, hey, I'm here to take pictures. I'm working with Zack. Simple. Sebastian.
So one of my worries is like the seller's gonna let her sell the condition of the property, and then when your partner or buyer goes through like, oh, it needs way more work than the seller let
Yeah.
on. What do you do in those situations?
That happens a lot. A lot. Sellers love lying. And so what we're going to do is, like you said before, we set the expectations up. Hey, what we're going to do is agree on the price based on what I can tell from the condition you're telling me. We trust you. But if the condition is not the same, we're going to have to change it. Hey, Michelle, you didn't tell me you smoked in the house for 40 years. I talked to my partner. He told me the cost of it. And unfortunately, we're going to have to be at this price. Not can you be at this price, but we're going to be at this price. Authority, confidence, and you get it done. And you just get a price cut. That's it. Simple as that. So that's virtual wholesaling. It's where 90% of my money is now. It's crazy to me. It was all in person, and then you start doing just more markets at work. It's scalable, and it's not a scary thing anymore. It's getting easier and easier to do, and going from there. It's not can you be at this price, but we're going to be at this price. Authority, confidence, and you get it done. And you just get a price cut. That's it. Simple as that. So that's virtual wholesaling. It's where 90% of my money is now. It's crazy to me. It was all in person, and then you start doing just more markets at work. It's scalable, and it's not a scary thing anymore. It's getting easier and easier to do, and going from there. So what I want to do is a round table breakout group. And if you got to run for lunch, you can run to lunch. We can do 30 minutes an hour. It's up to you. But what we're going to do is we are going to kind of break out into groups of 5 to 6 and go from there. Now, there's some people that aren't here. They're coming tomorrow now, apparently. I don't even know. So we got a lot of groups. And so, like, for example, Brad said he's coming here. Why is he not here? So we got a bunch of groups. And is Max not coming here? Come on. All right, so we got Trevor, Maria, and Corey in group 1. And group 2, we're going to have literally doing... Tony has the money to come here. We do deals with him. Okay, Kevin. David said on the Zoom he's coming. All right, whatever. Phillips. So I guess it's Kevin and Devani. We'll fix that too. Terrell. Where's Luca? Luca. Come on, Terrell. He's driving me crazy. Terrell. So Max, Martha, Kelly, and we'll switch that up too. Luca, Scott, Monica, Steven. So we got everyone there that came. Ace, Omar, Quay, Matthew. Group 6, Devin, Jessica, Linda, Dylan, and Zach. Belinda, Alicia, and then we'll add someone on there. Andrew, Sebastian, Achilles, Genesis, and Isaac. And then we got Aaron, Adam, Tanya, Nancy, and then Joshua. So take a picture of this one if you're in any of these groups here. And let's get into groups, and then I might add and subtract people on there too. And then for the next group, group 10, Zach, Dan, Wesley, Chris, and Pradeep. So I'm going to add some extra people on there. Let's just get into groups real quick. And I'll add some people in my group. Rick, Leo, John, Fernando, and then Albert. So we'll add people to him too. And then Jen, Joel, John, and Lily. And then Daniel, Rogers, John, Ori, Sid, and then Desiree, Yvonne, John, Ethan, and Chris. And that's the second one. So take a picture of that one too. If you need help, we can redo it, but let's get in groups, guys.
Really a cool story of triumph, a story of kind of going through the grind of wholesaling, the struggles of it, and really finding a way and breaking through. And so what I want to talk about is Ace. Ace is he's a cool guy, and he's even a cooler wholesaler.
I ain't that cool.
He's got a cool story, and to see his growth since the last event we did has just been insane. And don't want to spoil him at all. His name is Ace Cox, and he's a cool guy. So Ace, welcome on, man.
Appreciate you. What's going on? You good?
Talk.
Hey, look, so if I start rambling, like somebody just get an orange and just throw it at my head and I'll be good. But no, I just want to first say thank you to Zack and Rick for allowing me to come up here and talk. It wasn't always like this. I had found Rick and them back in 2020. I actually was listening to other people first, and then I had found Rick and them like off of a random YouTube video, and from there I was locked in. But just want to thank them. But yeah, who I am, my name is Azariah Cox. Everybody knows me by Ace. I'm originally from Richmond, Virginia. Anybody from Virginia in here? Nobody's in Virginia? All right. But yeah, I'm from Richmond, Virginia. I wear a lot of different hats. I'm a husband, I'm a son, I'm a father, I'm a photographer, and now I'm transitioning to a real estate investor. So the last six years has been crazy. I started my wholesaling journey, like I said, in 2020 during the pandemic. Prior to that, like I said, I'm a photographer, so I did a lot of music photography. So I probably traveled with some of, if you listen to, I was in the hip hop genre, so hip hop and pop. So I was probably with a lot of artists that you probably listen to musically. I toured around the world. Been all through Australia, all through Europe, New Zealand, all through the United States. So that was my identity, which it still is, but that was what I was doing before real estate. So transition to 2020, I just got back from Australia. I'm thinking life is good. We're in 5-star hotels. I'm traveling here and there. I'm taking photos. I'm doing stuff with Vogue. I'm doing stuff with GQ, and pandemic hit, shut down. Everything closed, everything stopped. No money coming in, nothing. So then I had to file for unemployment. At this point, I moved back to Lynchburg, which is the market that I'm in virtually. Started there. Lynchburg's very small. It's growing now because of Liberty University, but very small. Yeah, that was a struggle. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know who to call. I didn't even know where to go. So when I found Rick and them, that was the best thing that ever happened. I got these notes here so I don't ramble. But yeah, it took me about 7 months to get my first deal. 7 months. I started off driving for dollars. Like everybody, raise your hand if you ever drove for dollars. Yeah, it's the best way to your first deal if you ask me. Still to this day, I'll drive around. I mean, it's like when you get into wholesaling, it's like you start using your eyes different when you're in your car. You start to see opportunities different. So I had to train my eye to do that. So yeah, drove for dollars, started learning how to talk to sellers, fumbled many of times. I mean, there was times when I got on the phone where my girlfriend at the time, but now my wife, she would be like, yeah, like, come on, keep going, you got it. And I'm just like, no, I don't. I just got cussed out and I'm about to go run. So it was really challenging at first. Transitioning to cold calling, hand dialing. Then I originally got like a dialer. I think I was using batch at the time. And mind you, I didn't have any money. When I say I didn't have any money, I mean, even if I thought I had 2 nickels to rub together, I didn't have. So it was just mentally, I was going through a stage where I've done so much in my past and everything looks great on Instagram, but I don't have no foundation for myself in order to grow. It's not necessarily that I was paying for everything, but I wasn't getting anything in either. That's a weird space to be in. When you're traveling, you're doing your passion. Photography is my passion, but real estate is my it's another passion that I grew now. But when you're doing your passion and you're not making money, but you're also not spending money, it's a weird place to be in, especially when you got, when you got a significant other that's trying to, grow with you. And, then you start talking about, oh, we want to move in. And it's just like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. So that was a struggle for me out front. And, I began to get traction, started hopping in the lives to, Flip with Rick. I watched, and I don't say this like to, exaggerate it. I probably watched every single YouTube that they got on their video, on their channel. It was to a point where I watched them so much that my algorithm didn't transform into anything but Rick and Zack in them face. It's like I was almost married to them. I'm like, God, bro, I see y'all more than I see myself. So like, yeah, that's what I did. And I still do that now. I still hop in every live. I still humble myself. I'm still trying to stay current to what's going on in the market. The worst place you could be in life is living delusional. So I didn't want to get into a place where I was getting a little traction and then I've arrived and I don't need to do anything else. So transitioned 7 months later, got my first deal. Took me 7 months. It actually came from a buyer. I said this a little bit yesterday, but my first deal came from a buyer because usually we're in the mindset of, I'm looking for a motivated seller, somebody who wants to sell their house. You're not thinking about like a buyer could be a seller. So when he told me he had like this site, and he's actually my #1 buyer in my virtual market. Excuse me. He told me, he said, I have this site, I put all my properties on, go sell one. He was busy, flipping 400 houses a month, that whole thing. So I had one and I got the deal and I sent it to a buyer that I met at a REIA group. Raise your hand if you've ever been to a REIA group. Yeah, REIA groups are great if you get in the right energy in the room. Like you meet a lot of different people. I met him at a REIA group, and he was like, "Dude, I'll take it." And I was just like, "Oh, for real?" I'm in my head. I'm like, "Okay, cool. What next?" So I sent him the deal, and he signed it. He sent the EMD, and 7 months no income, $4,000 check in my pocket. I'm rich. No. But it was the proof of process that did it for me. You get what I'm saying? So transitioned into that, got $1, hired a VA, and we got to that point of growing from there. I wanted to talk about where my mental was in growing, because I know a lot of people in here. Sometimes you might be trying to get your first deal, you might have got a couple deals, so you're trying to get your 4th or 5th deal, or you might be having a great deal flow and you want to retain it. My mental was, I need to take myself serious. If I want anybody else to take me serious, I have to take myself serious. So I started really drilling down into my systems, and mind you, I'm still in Lynchburg during this time. And when I moved to Richmond, anybody who knows Richmond, Virginia, it's a very, I don't like using this word, but it's a very saturated market. I probably compete with about 20 wholesalers per deal. So you ask yourself, how can you compete with 20 wholesalers per deal? You gotta separate yourself. And how I separate myself is, I just be genuine. I try to meet people. I try to connect with people. I'm always asking questions. I'm always trying to inquire about how we can push the needle forward. So that translated into me moving to Richmond. I then started doing direct mail right after I started cold calling. And Rick had just dropped the mailingmastery.com, and I did that in 2021. And I spent, I think it was like $969 on like my first campaign. I mean, it was bad. I was just clicking stuff, and I was just happy to do it. I got a deal that was like $10,000 from that one campaign, first campaign, and my mind was blown. I was just like, wow, there's no way you could do that. I don't know the return percentages and all of that. You got to tell me what the percentages at, but you can't put your money into the stock market and get that kind of return that quick. And now when I say that quick, that was about 30 days that translated. So that helped propel me forward to really diving into mail. And I was able to scale up a lot with that. I was very sporadic. I wasn't consistent. I did it here and there. You know, whenever if the sun rose on a certain side of the day, I'm like, all right, Bill, I'm gonna do it today. And if it didn't, I'm like, oh, well, I'll just do it in a couple weeks. And I didn't like how inconsistent it was. You know, like one thing in wholesaling, you got to stay consistent. You know, you can't just do one thing in January and think that, oh, if you pick it back up in August that you're gonna have results. It don't work like that. It never will work like that. You got to be really militant on how you do it. So I was able to do that, and you know, fast forward to 2024, you know, March we closed fast forward, December, I joined Mail Into Millions, which is another sector of Rick and, you know, what they have for direct mail. Me and Corey dialed in, and with the help of, you know, Rick and everybody, and Corey was just telling me, like, look, bro, I know you wanna grow, but you're gonna have to get uncomfortable, and this is what you gotta do. And I was like, all right, I hear you. So I did it, and you know, March was probably my biggest month in the last 4 years. We closed now it's 10 deals. I closed 2 deals that we did from my first campaign, and then that translated into the other 7. And then we have 2 more pending to close next week. So we was able to do that. And, you know, you do all of that to get to this point of like, where do I go from here? Like, how do I continue to grow? How do I continue to like not hit a roadblock and, you know, just cut everything else out? You just gotta have faith, man. Like, you gotta have faith. I didn't want to, I'm gonna be honest with you, I never even thought about wholesaling. I've seen people do it, you know, but like I thought it was like a fake thing, you know. I thought it was just like the next hottest, you know, trend. You know, you got stocks, you got this, you got that. One thing we have in life is a lot of options. So when you got a lot of options, you really don't know which way to go. So ever since then, I've just been really just dialing in, trying to meet people, trying to stay consistent. And, you know, we were able to, you know, get to this point of now. And, you know, I just got to thank my family, my wife for supporting me, because, you know, it was really hard. And even to this day, I still lose deals. I still have people hang up on me. I still have people trying to go around me. But the way that I build rapport, there's nobody that's going to be able to do what you do. And when I say you, I mean like each and one of us here is best as you can. And what I had to get out of my way of understanding is you can't go to everybody for advice. Like, I don't go into Taco Bell looking for hot dogs. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't go I go where I know people, where the value is. I know where I can build from. So that's a little bit synopsis of my story. But yeah, we're here now, and we're rolling. Richmond is great. I love my market. I do very well now. I love my Lynchburg market. Eventually, I do want to get to other parts of the U.S., but right now I'm trying to master what I can in my own market. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to have the fear of missing out. You might hear somebody going crazy here in Dallas. Oh, well, I'm gonna just jump to Dallas because I know that they can do deals here, or in Michigan, or in Pennsylvania, or in Cali. Like, you gotta stay in your race. The worst thing we can do in life is compare our life to somebody else's. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a believer, so like I believe like, yo, you gotta have faith in what you have. And you can't always worry about what other people have, because then that's taking your focus off of you. You get what I'm saying? And I was telling the group in the back, like, we gotta stop letting losers try to teach us how to win. You gotta be around winners. You know? You gotta be around winners. That's the only way you're gonna win. You gotta be, it's a proximity thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's more, as you stay in proximity with people that you're connecting. If you haven't shook everybody's hand in this room, you're doing yourself a disservice, because what did you come here for? You came here to look good, you know, you came here to do deals. You came here to connect, you know, so we got to stop making excuses. And these are questions, I'm just telling you things that I had to tell myself over the years is stop making excuses, stop thinking everybody cares to hear your excuses, double down, do the work, and you're gonna see results. So I'm just thankful to be here, and any of y'all know y'all could come up to me and holler at me. Like, I ain't really, you know, I'm down to earth, bro. Like, I'll talk to anybody, you know, but, you know, just make sure you at least shake everybody's hand in this room, because you never know, like, you will shake somebody's hand who could put your first or next 5 deals in your hand. You just never know. So stay in the race, man. Stay in the race, and, you know, just stay true to yourself. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. Yeah. Appreciate it. I had like Oh yeah, and then so yeah, just for a little proof of process. Yeah. Other way. This is harder than it looked. So yeah. So when you really like think about it, like, you know, I show this for, you know, motivational purposes, because I was able to change my family's life. I'm able to help my wife. I was able to help my wife not work the whole last year because I just had a baby. She's 13 years old. I'm able to help my wife not work for a whole entire year. I'm able to help my parents. I'm able to help myself. I help a lot of people in Richmond and in Lynchburg get their first deal. I got this one story. I think I told some people, it was like, yo, I got a call, and it was from a wholesaler in one of my virtual markets. And he calls me, he's like, yo, bro, can you help me? I got this deal. I'm like, yeah, bro, send me the deal. Like, is it locked up? He said, yeah, it's locked up. All right, cool. He was 17 years old. The deal wasn't even in his name. It was in his dad's name, because he wasn't, you know, of course, 18. He's calling me. I'm walking him through how to talk to the title company, you know, what to say, talk to the seller. And, bro, I'm like, yo, why are you whispering? He said, bro, I'm in class. I said, you're in class? He said, yeah, bro, I'm in class right now. My teacher's getting mad. And it was that moment that I realized, I'm like, bro, when I was 17, I'm 28 now. I'm about to turn 29 in May 12th. So if y'all want to send me a birthday gift, I'll just play. No, yeah, bro, so we did the deal, and my buyer bought it immediately. Like, he didn't blink an eye. It was cheap. He bought it. We did the deal in less than 24 hours. We closed it the next week. And he was like, dude, it was that simple. Like, yo, that's crazy. And he's like, man, I want to do it more. I'm like, I wish I was doing that when I was 17. Like, I wasn't worrying about none of that when I was 17 years old, bro. Like, I wish I was doing that, you know? Like, so that was an eye opener for me. And, you know, I'm just happy. I'm happy. I'm genuinely happy for, and that's my Instagram too, if y'all want to follow me. I'm genuinely happy to just help sellers. I'm genuinely happy to like meet people. Like, this is the happiest I've been in my life. And don't get me wrong, like, my past life was amazing. And I don't want to say like past life, but it's like I don't do it on the scale of what I was doing it then, because now my mindset is different. Like, I don't have to just do photography for income. You know, it kind of took me out of my passion of art, because at a point in time when I figured out that I was actually good, when you figure that out, then what? You want to monetize it next. So when I wasn't able to monetize it the way I was really just doing things just to do it, to get some quick cash in. So now this has allowed me to come back, and now I can do my passions freely, and it just flows. You know, everything's not perfect, but I am happy now, and it's peaceful. So I hope that, you know, whatever you could grab from that, you can, but you just can't give up, man. Like, I'm okay with going through 3,000 no's a month to get one yes. I'm okay with that. I've put myself mentally in that realm to understand that. I actually love no, because the no's humble you. Every time we all have been there. You talk to a seller, you just feel good, and then they might hang up in your face, or you just be like, dang. And then you hang up and pick it up again, and then dang. So you just got to stay in the race, man. I just encourage all y'all to stay in the race. Come talk to me if y'all got any questions or anything. Like, let's build. So yeah, that's all I got. Did y'all have any questions or anything while I'm up here? Any questions? Anybody? Y'all good?
thing.
Yeah.
Let me get this real quick. If any of you guys, I think you have this one. There you go. If any of you guys are having the same results as them, you don't have to. But if you want to hit these results, you should probably ask them a couple things. That's all I'm saying. So if you have questions, let them know.
Yeah, for sure.
He wholesales a little differently than me too, so it's a little different.
Oh my God.
And we're not the same, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no, yeah,
we
for
do
sure.
it differently, so
Yeah, for sure.
if you have questions,
What's going on, bro? What's your name? Sebastian. What's good, bro?
I was wondering, like, how many cold callers do you have?
So that's the weird thing. Cold callers. So I kind of switch, and this also goes into like the last point. I'm glad you asked that question. I had to figure out what's working for my business, and like we were talking in our group, like my biggest challenge was time management and prioritizing. So I actually switched my cold calling systems now to like all of my mailing systems. So I answer all of my inbound leads myself. I go and still qualify, and I have partners in different, in my market, in my virtual market, who help me put all of the pieces together. But actual cold callers right now, I took my VA off of it just because I didn't like the fact that, and this is not to say that it doesn't work, like cold calling works, and it is the #1 way, like it works. So don't take this as it didn't work, but I had to get out of the fact that she wasn't productive and I could go call the same list and get a deal that same week. So it just wasn't productive enough for me in my situation. But I don't currently have any cold callers.
So you're all in onto like the ROS.
I'm all in ROS right now. My next hire would probably be, we were talking about a data manager yesterday, and I actually kind of like smart. So I could get her back going, but my next is probably gonna be somebody answering my inbound calls. And then that will give me enough time to free myself up to really train her. And she was good. I switched her from cold calling to text messaging. And then when text messaging went a little south, I just took her off of it, and she's just doing like background tasks now, like more like administrative work whenever I, can't get to my phone. Because like I said, I still do other things, so, it works. Mailing is very patient though. You're not gonna mail you're not gonna mail Friday, and the floodgates of heaven open Wednesday. It just doesn't work like that. I had a deal, this deal, as you can see the date, that was 1 year and 9 months I worked on that. Everything possibly went wrong with the deal. Everything. So sometimes you gotta work it. What's good, bro? What's your name, bro?
I'm Alex.
Alice?
Yes, Alex.
What's good, bro?
So I was wondering, do you because I know some people like it, some people don't, but like reaching sellers, like the same seller more than one way. Like you said, you like to go drive for dollars, so you drive for dollars, and heck, you might even do a reverse drive for dollar, leave a post note on the door, then later call them. Say they don't answer the call, you put them on your mailing list, send them a postcard. Say that doesn't work, you text them, whatnot. You reach them like a couple different ways.
Yeah.
You ever do that?
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage everybody to do that. Sellers respond to what they want to respond to. So you might have a seller that only responds text messaging because they work all day. So they're not about to sit on their phone and want to hear you talk. I mean, you also want to get them off of text messaging and get them to call, get them on the phone as quick as possible, but text message only might work. Or you might have a seller who only answers calls and don't like texting. Like more of my older sellers, they don't do text messaging. So I got to call them, and I got to call them, and I got to call them. And then some people just only look at mail. They love the idea of getting up, going to their mailbox, checking their mail, coming in, sitting down, call you. That's their day. So it really just depends on, who you're dealing with. But yeah, I would definitely touch different methods, because that's how you test too. In wholesaling is nothing but trial and like you're just testing, and whatever works, you put money into it and double down, and you expand on that. So definitely recommend that. What's going on? What's your name?
Alicia.
Alicia. What's up, Alicia?
Do you cater the mailers to the list you pulled it from? Or are they all getting the same message?
Say that again.
So like, do you have a different message per list you're sending it to? Or
No, but the way that the ROS is set up, I keep it as simple as possible. I've built so much rapport with my sellers, and this is true. Like they will show you other mail. I used to hear Rick saying that. I'm like, bro, there's no way they do that. I had walked into a house and they're like, look, I have no reason to bluff to you. This is all the mail that I got. And I see each and one of my competition. And it's so crazy. Like one of them I seen, they're giving their life story. One of them, it's graphic. So I try to keep it as clean and simple as possible. Once you dive into the ROS system, you'll see kind of like, once you go through the course, you'll see the way that it's set up. And I just keep it like that. I add an email to it. My first deal in Richmond was actually from ROS, but he responded to my email. So isn't that weird? Like he emailed me and said, hey, I got your mailer, and then I called him immediately. And I was, we got the deal. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Yeah. I just do that because everybody, necessarily doesn't know everybody. But how are you?
Yeah. How many mailers do you do in a month?
So mailers right now, when I started, like I said, it was a bare minimum, like 500. Now, since December 8th, I did about, let's look at it. Yeah, he did. Yeah, we did. So yeah, my first mailing, I did about, it was like 6,700. Yeah, in a month. And then I batch it out because I used to do it all. And this is the beauty of getting in community and figuring out what's work. I used to mail everything at once. And dude, it was so daunting. I might get 10 calls in the same day, and then I don't get no calls for the next 3 weeks. So now I stretch it out, I batch it, so everything doesn't come in all at once. Oh yeah. See, Corey's on it. Give it a hand for Corey, man. So yeah, my first mailing with the group was 6478. And then fast forward, it was 64, then it went up to 68. And then, that was the 2, but then it went up. Now, I just mailed one, my bad. I just mailed one a couple weeks ago, and it was like 7,900. So I batched those out. And I love the idea of sending it out on Friday. I get calls coming in Wednesday, and I could track them easily because now every week, I know I can expect a mail to come out every single week. So that's the way I do it. So I started off with like 500, and now I'm up to like 7,900. You got to figure out what you can handle. You see what I'm saying? Because you can send out 10,000 mailers a month, but if you can't handle that volume, you just wasted your money. Congratulations. So, yeah. What's going on with Sebastian?
Do you send out mail to the same person twice? And if not, how do you make sure that you don't do that?
I wrap it into like zones now. So now that I do it, I zone it out. So I might mail, say for instance, in January, I mailed a certain zone area of my, and I could show you, later on. I map it out of my geographical location of where I'm mailing that day. And I go by zones. So I'll make sure I don't hit the same zone within like, I'll say about 4 to 5 weeks. I try to keep it a space. So I'll mail zone 1, 2, 3, and then now I'll go back to 1, spread it out, 2, spread it out, 3, spread it out, and then trickle in. The thing about Lynchburg is it's not that many, it's very slim. So you got to add a lot of volume, but you got to also increase your values up. And all of that's prop stream talk. I just don't want to bore everybody right now, but we could talk about that. Yeah. But anybody else? What's going on, bro? What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
I've never even seen a deal half that size. Do you think you could break that one down to $65,000? Right.
Oh yeah, so that's beautiful. That was the one I was telling you about. That helped my wife not to be able to work the whole year. So it actually came in from mail. I wasn't in the program at that point, but I was mailing. I think I mailed out 4,000 mailers. And I had a lady call me, and the lady called me, she's like, hey, I got your mailer. I'm looking to sell. I was gonna stay here. Mind you, across the street was abandoned elementary school. And there was a developer who just bought it, and they were getting ready. It was like 9 acres. And they were getting ready to level the whole thing out. Everybody in this area was waiting for this project to happen. So she actually bought the house because of that. Because, when new money's coming to an area, first thing we hear or we see is growth. So I went over to the house. My thing that I like to preach is I'm very militant when it comes to being the first one at the house. So I was just the first one out there. She called me, and we didn't even, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is how it was the right place and right time. She was just ready to move back to Baltimore, Maryland, and she wanted to sell it. She didn't really want to deal with a realtor. She wanted to sell it off market, and she just wanted to get a fair offer. The house was worth $240, so let's keep the $240 number. That's how much the house is worth. I got it under contract for $98,000. Now, 98 is crazy. I didn't fight her. She was like, look, I just want 98. I could have went for 95 or 90, but I'm like, I already knew. This is the beauty of knowing your area. Once you start really putting in time, you start to know your market. I knew it was a deal. I didn't know how good of a deal it was until I sent it off to my buyers. And when you got a good deal with your buyers, they start foaming at the mouth. And they start like, hey, I'll take it right now. I'm like, hold on. And then about 4 to 5 of them did the same thing. I was like, you know what? I got a little cash. Let's wholesale it. The reason why I said I wholesaled it was because I realized it was so much. I could have wholesaled it for about $30K. But we wound up putting a little money into it. It was like cookie cutter. Like all I had to do was replace. We did like a little bit of flooring and some paint, and flooring, paint, and it was like a spot on the roof. It was very easy, and we wholesaled it. We staged it. That helped a lot. My partner in Richmond, he's actually a realtor. He's also a mentor too. He really took me under his wing. He introduced me to all of his private money lenders, all of his cash guys. He buys a lot too. He's a really, really big buyer. And me and him built a great relationship. He sent me his lender and we were able to do it. I think we were all in the deal. I think I put like 11 grand down. And we got the full rehab. I didn't have to pay anything. And that's another thing too. I know it's a little bit like over, but like even when you have a great deal, lenders know as well, because we got it at 9%, no interest. It was easy. So we just wholesaled it, and it stayed on the market for 2 days, and we got over asking price. We priced it at like around like 230. We had an offer come in at 242, and yeah, that was crazy. That was right before my daughter got born. The biggest blessing ever. So, yeah, and I could show you more. I could show you the house and all that when you see it. But it was good. One thing too, like before I go, 65 is amazing, but don't sleep at I still do deals for 1,000. I still do deals for 1,500. I still do deals for 2,500. I don't care about the amount. I want to get the deal done so we can roll that into something else and keep deals going. Detach away from the revenue. When you're starting out, don't worry about the revenue. Worry about the process. The process is going to take care of the revenue. It works. So yeah. Anybody else? Any more questions? They had me like an hour up here, so I'm just like, I don't have that much to talk. I'm not that important.
Okay, Ebony again from Michigan.
What's up?
2 things.
Yes.
I see that you have quite a few different checks. So
Yeah.
you don't work with a certain title company, you just let them?
No, so recently, and it's also the change of the market, buyers are very, buyers can get very picky. So I've built a great relationship with my title company. Corey's actually got to talk with her. She's amazing. She sent me buyers. She's sent me attorneys to go to, and this is stuff that hasn't happened. Having a relationship with your title company is probably one of the most important things you can do in wholesaling. You know why? Like they said, they know buyers, they know wholesalers, they know attorneys. The deal we just closed Monday, if I didn't know who that attorney was and that he could help my seller out, it would not have happened. It just wouldn't have happened. So title companies is important. That's really one of the most important people. I take that very serious. I got it to the point where deals have fell through, not even my fault. I'll still give them a little bit of money for the time that they use for, pulling the title and stuff. It works. It's $200, $300, $400. What, I mean, you know, $200, whatever. I'll pay that to keep the relationship, so you'll know that I'm not just out here just looking out for myself. You know, title companies work. They work hard. So that's a great question.
Another question that I had in my part two was, do you get cash buyers from your title company?
Yes, I have. Yet again, the one that I was waiting on for like a year, she had title company, not title company, the lady had called up to the title company and was just telling her, hey, she's looking for more deals and stuff like that. And my lady, you know, I sent her all of my deals. And I got other relationships, in Richmond as well, but she had sent me that buyer. She said, such and such is looking for this, and I know you usually get this, so she connected the dots. Simple. It made it happen. It didn't start off like that. I had to build that, but it works. So yeah, that's one thing.
Some more questions.
So
you talked about time. That's one thing that I'm struggling with because I have other obligations. So do you set office hours for yourself?
yeah, I was just talking. I don't know. I think I was talking to Achilles maybe, or Matt. It was one of them. Right now, like I said, I try to hit the gym in the morning. I'm an ex-athlete too, so I ran track like my whole life. I tore my Achilles in 2017, so the last couple of years, I'm really getting back into the gym like serious. So gym time is usually in the morning. I'll come back. My wife just opened a salon in Richmond. She's a cosmetologist, really great. And she usually is at the salon midday, and I'll just work with my daughter. I can only base things off of how it is now, because how it was is not how it is now. So like, you know, it used to be, I'll just do whatever I can all day. So when you got a kid, you got to prioritize a little bit better. Now she, you know, I'll get a call coming in, we're chilling, and you know, she might be crying because she's hungry. She might be just wanting to play. And you can hear her in the background of calls, and you can hear her crying or whatever. And I thought it was a bad thing at first. I'm like, God, I'm always muting my phone. And then one seller was like, don't feel bad about that. Like, you're taking care of your your child. Like, I know that you're a real person now. And, you know, a lot of these people, they call and I'm such and such at, you know how it is, bro. I'm the biggest, you know, buyer and whatever, bro. Like, nobody want to hear that. Nobody cares, bro. Like, nobody cares. So that actually worked in my advantage and a little. I know this sounds weird, but like they know I'm a real person now, and then I just go and meet them immediately and get it done. So yeah, prioritizing time is key now. I try not to work too late because, you know, I still gotta turn it off and turn it on, you know, because I'll go all day. It's been times I will wake up, I will watch them for about 2 hours, go drive, watch them on the way driving, leave. I used to do it in the aspect of I'm a learn as you go. So whatever I'm doing in that moment, I'll go search a criteria of what they're talking about during that time and look at it while I'm doing it. So that's how I kind of like work. I don't like just sitting down and just studying for 8 hours and then going to take action. I'd rather take action during those 8 hours and do it together. So time management is key though. And I know your situation and what you be telling me, and it's admirable what you're doing. And, you know, I'm proud of, you know, what you've been able to do, especially how your time is with your different jobs and businesses and stuff like that. So please take time management serious and prioritize yourself. And take care of yourself too. We don't talk about that enough. Like, there's no way you're gonna be able to perform if you're not taken care of. If you're dragging and you don't have your stuff together, yo, sellers judge you. They do. They looking at you. They're Googling you. They're probably Googling you while you're on the phone. I've had people call, like I give people my title company name now. I just give it to them because they're going to do it anyway. They're going to go on Google, you know, just like how they go straight to Zillow. They're going to go on Google, see who you are, and they're going to see if you're legit or not. You know, they're going to ask around. So, yeah, that's that. Cool. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
This is a cool guy. He's doing a lot of deals, and I think we all strive to be at his point one day. So
Thank you,
Give a
bro.
shout out to Ace one more time. And,
Oh, the mic. I'm gonna take the mic home.
So, next year we got something pretty exciting. Love, bro. Something very different from last time for. So actually, this is Ace's contact information. FYI.
Yeah, text me, call me. I was like, bro, y'all think I'm that important?
Seriously, DM him, deals, anything like that. He's very kind. Thanks.
Okay, so we talk about the truth here. Raise your hand if you've gone through PPS through the Flip with Rick training. Be honest, because this is, okay, it's being fair. So, you guys, you have to prepare for battle. If you're doing wholesaling, I promise you, if you stay in this game long enough, you're going to run into somebody in a probate situation. And if you don't know what to do, it's going to cost you a lot of money. I originally did probates completely by accident. And I remember sitting down with my accountant. He goes, you got to do more deals like this. So I was doing like 25 grand, which was a big deal, 15 years ago. He goes, you need to do more just like that. I go, well, how the hell do I do that? And that's how I came in and found out about probates. And the better I got and the more I understood the process, I had to figure out how to get the leads and how to market to them. And then I had to figure out how to have a conversation. And it was one hell of a ride. And once I mastered it, my absolute favorite way. So if you haven't, we're going to go through this part. If you guys have been through my PPS training, don't fall asleep because this one's going to be interactive. So you get out of it what you put into it. If you want to learn, we're going to do a much more advanced training today because you guys are here. And so if you really want to learn, take notes and participate. If you don't have the answer, it's okay. That's how you learn. It's okay to fail. Stop trying to be perfect. Stop trying to get everything right because that's not how life works. So what I would like to do is, who's actively doing probates here right now? Okay. Who wants to really learn how to do probates? And you're not into it before. Okay. So I need 4 volunteers here. So here's what we're going to do. Who wants to come up? And I said this is a learning process. Let's take her. Not you, Corey. Take this gentleman. I'm going to take him right there and you right there. Come on up. So guys, this is, no one will bite you. Just come up right over here. Now, here's how we're going to break this down because I don't have a lot of time. We're going to break down in 4 sections. The first one, I'm going to teach you about the playbook of probates. If somebody walked me through this visualization, it would save me 8 months of pain, probably 2 years of pain. The second part, we're going to talk about solutions, very advanced solutions that you can offer anybody in probates. We call it the USP, the unique selling propositions. You guys, we talked about it in our breakout groups today. I got so many people chasing down probates. How do you stand out? If you don't know how to do it, you're not going to stand out and you have to make the highest offer. And you know I don't play that game. So we're going to talk about the solutions and we're going to talk about the marketing cycle. One of the biggest questions, this is honestly the easiest part in my opinion. And then the best part is the conversation. If you're willing to come up and have a conversation with me, I'll show you how they all go down. They're actually very simple. You just got to get to the right people. So if you're okay with that, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little exercise here. So turn name tags around so we know who everybody is because I am not my son memorizing. I got Trevor, I got Dylan, I've got Desiree, and I've got Alex. Okay. Any of you guys done a probate before? Yes or no? Perfect.
Process.
Who knows nothing about probates? And that's perfectly fine. I'm okay with it because this is going to be a great exercise. Do you know a little bit about it? A little bit?
From what you've taught, yeah.
Okay, Desiree, she'll be our expert. So here's what we're going to do. Hold on. So when I say live, I literally mean live. So here's what we're going to do. Everyone's going to take a title. It's just random. You grab that one. You grab that one. And hold them up. Okay? You all agree these are the 4 major players in probate. If you don't understand the role of each one of these, you can't do probates because they all have a different role and you have to master it because I got stopped on each one of these and I lost multiple deals, hundreds of thousands of dollars because I didn't understand. So the next thing, I need someone who has 0 probate experience and I'm okay with it because this is going to be exercise. Come on up. So you're perfect because he's a Miami Dolphins fan so we can work together. So Don't hold it against me. Now, what we have to do is, you guys, I enjoy football, and to me, it's kind of the easiest thing to break down. So we're going to do a playbook. So if you had to identify who's the referee, go ahead.
Oh my God.
Who's the referee? It's okay, because this is a learning process. If you get it wrong, you'll never get it wrong again. So if you had to guess, and I want you guys to mentally, do not scream out the answer, who's going to be the referee, and put it to the person. There you go. Okay, have a seat. We'll move on. Another volunteer, no probate experience. Come on up. Let's go. So listen, if you don't speak football, I promise you I'll translate it. My wife doesn't. Who's the linebacker? Who's playing defense? Don't think about it, just do it and hand it to them.
Wait, no.
No, listen, you pick whichever one you want. If you want to go duplicate, you can go duplicate. Okay, awesome. Another person with little to no experience in probates. Come up, Achilles. Who's the coach? Who's coaching? And I need one more volunteer, little to no experience. Come on up. Find it. Who's the quarterback in this? Okay. So let's start with the first one. Who agrees the wholesaler is the coach in this playbook? Show of hands. Okay. So those of you who didn't raise your hand, give me your theory on who's the coach. Anybody? Who's that? Title company. Who? Okay. We'll get back to that one. Who thinks the PR, that's the personal representative or the executive, depending what state on you? Who thinks the PR is the quarterback? Raise your hand. Okay. If you don't agree with it, who do you think the quarterback is? Just shout it out. Good one. Okay. And the title company got screwed here. The probate lawyer. Who agrees with which? And share your philosophy with it. Anybody?
The lawyer should be the linebacker because he's always C-blocking.
Okay, who thinks the probate is the linebacker? The probate lawyer. Okay, and who thinks they're the referee? This is why I do this, because we're all confused on who's what. If you don't know the playbook, you can't win the game. And who the hell is the title company if somebody had to pick one of these titles?
Referee.
Okay. We got it. So, let me ask you guys, what's your opinion? Do you think the title company is a referee?
Yeah.
Do you think the probate lawyer is the linebacker?
I'd say so.
The PR is the QB? No? Where does it belong?
PR, I think the linebacker is PR.
Okay. And what about the wholesaler or the coach? Okay. So, let me show you this, and I'm going to walk you through this. It's important you understand this. Because if you don't get this part right, you don't know who to chase down. So Desiree's working on an active deal, so she better get this real quick. This order right here is correct, and I'll walk you through the philosophy of it, okay? I got to come back over here. I'm going to come back to that one. So the probate playbook. You're the wholesaler. Listen, who runs the game, the quarterback or the coach at the end of the day? So who should, well, unless you're Tom Brady, I get it, okay? That's the exception, not the rule. But like the coach calls everything. The coach is the brilliant mind. They are the orchestrator. They are the coach. You have to be the coach of the wholesaler. There's no other way in this playbook. Because quarterbacks get egos, they kind of run their own way, and you got to kind of pump them up and do that. So it makes sense the PR is the quarterback. Why is that? Because they're really in control of the probate when you get down to it. And sometimes the coach leads the direction on which lawyer to go with. They have the most influence. So the PR is, I gotta stop reaching over here. They are the quarterback, they are the offense, and that is the person that the wholesaler has to coach. These two have the most influence in the transaction. Now we're gonna run a little bit on the other side on it. You guys, you all know about the probate lawyer, right? They are essentially your middle linebacker. They will run defense on any time. So when you decide to go straight to the lawyer like I first did, I got nowhere. Actually, as soon as I got to the lawyer, they just stood in front of the PR and go, you got to go through me. There's nowhere else you go. You have to go through me. Once you understand that process, you don't avoid the lawyer at all costs, but you don't go through them as the gatekeeper. And if you do that, it is very, very painful. I learned this lesson the hard way. I think I lost about a dozen deals trying to go through the lawyer. So do you go through the lawyer? There you go. Why? They play defense, right? Absolutely. Everything has to go through me. The real estate agent, everything. And you just drive yourself nuts. So the last one is, this one gets a little bit more complicated. The title company. Do you believe they are the referee in this? Yes. Okay. So let's pretend you're playing in Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback. I apologize for the football analogy. Listen, can referees be on one side or the other? Can they? Let's be honest. Okay? They are what we call a biased referee. Okay? This is the playbook right here, guys. You have to go direct to the PR. Anything else, you're wasting your time. I have years of data to prove this. I've done it over and over. If you can't get this visual thing in your head, you are going to struggle in probates. Okay? Does everybody have a mental image burnt in their head on how this playbook works? Everybody. Any questions on the playbook? Are you guys clear on it? Okay, so quick quiz.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. So, and this is maybe not directly on the playbook, but like if we're dealing with the PR directly and their lawyers ingrained in their head that they should not make any decision without them, like how do we overcome that?
And it's a great question. We're going to talk about the conversation because that's the part of it. So we never discredit the lawyer. We don't discredit realtors because when you start talking bad about people, which unfortunately I learned in my 30s, it gets you nowhere in this business. You have to provide solutions and stop putting your head. Give them a round of applause. You guys can take the paper back, throw it away, whatever you want. I appreciate it. Guys, this is it. So you got to understand on this process, I call it the straight line method. Now, Jordan Belfort came out with this, but you have got to go directly to the PR. Everyone goes, it's so professional, I'll go to the lawyer. You're not. The lawyer is there they want to protect their client. Now, I'm not going to get a debate and trash lawyers here, but a lot of the information they tell is very, very wrong. So when you go through if you go through the lawyer, you're going to wind up with a real estate agent. It's going to be someone they prefer. They usually get a kickback. You have to go through, they want to go through an appraisal process. Most states do not require this, but they tell you, hey, we need to know what the value of it is. A lot of these properties need a lot more than an appraisal. They need help. Guys, when people are in probate, I want you to understand this. Have you ever take care of a loved ones in the final days of their life in their house? Where do they want to be? They want to be in their home. Nobody wants to sit in the hospital unless you have to. And what's the family's job? I've been through this 2 times, unfortunately. You take care of the family member. Screw the house, right? Like before my mom did, we rolled out carpet. We did everything. We handicapped the bathroom. We didn't care. We didn't worry about the landscaping. We didn't worry about painting the house. The house looked like crap when she died. That's just the bottom line. I'm okay with it. And when I was done, I was done. I sold my mother's house to a wholesaler. Why? I couldn't deal with it. It was too hard. It took me a year to do it, and we figured it out. And this is recent, but like if I experience this and I teach you guys how to probate, this is what people do. Now, I want you to understand also, probate lawyers, nosy neighbors I put in this position of like middle linebacker, everything like that. You got to know who's on offense and defense, because sometimes you guys are talking to the wrong players and they're going to handle you appropriately. Now, the title company, they are biased. I don't care what you say. Whichever title company you pick will help you quarterback. And as A said earlier, your relationship with your title company is absolutely everything. I would have never figured out probates without my title company. Okay? You have to understand this process. Is there any questions on the playbook? By the way, a lot of people ask me about the heirs. I tried this for a long time. Literal waste of your time. The heirs, think about this. If you're named in the will as the PR, that means you're what? What does that mean if you're named in the will?
Trustee.
Trustee. And then what's that mean? What kind of designation or authority does that give you?
You have to take care of everything.
And why do you think you got picked at over Uncle Joe? Because Uncle Joe goes out and parties every night and he spends his money and he's probably going to smoke through mom's assets, and you are the trusted person. And you have demonstrated your entire life, Joe's never going to step up to the plate, and Joe just wants to know when he's getting his money. And Joe's going to bug you and you say, Joe, you sit over there, I'll let you know when it's all done.
Yeah, I went through that.
Correct. So the problem is, I tried marketing the heirs for 2 years, thinking I was slick, I could get around, find the PRs I couldn't find. Dude, the amount of drama I endured was endless. Don't do it. You can occasionally do some investigative skip tracing on the heirs, but for the most part, they just want their money. They have no decision-making ability, and I find them difficult. So when I first tried this, I marketed to everybody. I found out it was wasting my time. Any last questions on the playbook?
So Rick, are there certain title companies that specialize in handling probates?
Most title companies have to be familiar with probate because it is an eventuality in all real estate. I like to find ones that are more experienced that work with investors, because I'm not going through the basics of probates right now. You guys know why I like probates. If you've never even done a deal, if you understand the probate process, you can hit a monster deal. And if you don't even have a cash buyer's list, what's one of the benefits that probate does for you as a wholesaler? Say you have no experience, no cash buyer's list, what's the advantage? Vacant, needs a lot of work, it's not going to go on the MLS, and time is your friend. I can make a probate go in 45 days, or I can drag it out 6 months. Some of you guys need the time. You can make a probate turn into a wholesale deal without ever funding it. You can control the process, but how do you control the process? You're the coach. Who are you coaching to control that process on the back end? Title company. Now, I don't want them to lie to them, but you can speed up a probate or slow it down however you like, period. Once you have the property under contract, you have as much authority and control, in my opinion, as the lawyer and the PR, period. You are a party to this contract. You guys realize the PR is basically the seller of the property. There's a reason for this process. Dead people can't sign deeds over, period, end of story. The process makes sense. This is why they do it. Any questions on it?
We've sent out letters before that, like it was an agent that got back to us or responded. At that point, is it just a walk-away situation?
You got to work with the PR, because unless they have a direct connection with the PR, but we'll go over it a little bit in the marketing and the conversation. Let's keep moving. I got lots to go through for you on here, okay? So, here's the thing with probates. You don't need to understand everything. I keep telling you that I still don't understand 100% of the legal process. I don't want to, because that would require me to get a law license and study it and go to law school, and I don't want to do that. So if you have the passion to it, go for it. You can show us all a little bit how to do it. So here's the difference is your team does. So if you know the offense, the defense, and the referees, the title companies, I'm going to let you in a little secret, they know 90% of the process of how it goes. End of story. Title companies are the ones that shared a lot of these secrets to me before I even got to the probate lawyers or the probate judges to figure out how this goes down. So a lot of you are like, do I have to interview a lawyer or anything like that? No, you don't. You just talk to your title companies. Why? Because they go through hundreds, if not thousands, of iterations of these types of contracts. And they go, hey, Rick, why don't you just have the lawyer file this type of motion? I go, show it to me. And that, like, they go, yeah, I'll show you how to do it. And title companies, if you bring them the deal, they'll be very loyal to you. I already said they're the most critical. So we talked about what's the realtor's role in a probate. Nathan walked out, but I'll hit him up on it. Honestly, there's not much. So I'm always looking for properties before they get listed with a realtor. Every now and then when they're listed with a realtor, you do have a shot if you have a relationship with that realtor. But for the most part, you want to catch them beforehand. Realtors most likely just want to get a deal done. Most realtors think probate takes an arm and a leg, and you cannot sell it till the process of probate is complete. If you want to educate them on that process, that is your opportunity to work with the realtor. I'm not knocking on realtors, but most of them go, you can't do that. There's no way. I got 236 files that tell me otherwise. Would you like to go through them with me? They won't go through them with you. I've already tried. Every now and then I get one, but I do. Next thing, guys, you got to use your state-approved contracts for these. It's not that I want to give you busy paperwork and do all this stuff. The problem is I love my 2-page contract because it's clear, concise, and sellers love it. Lawyers hate it, and eventually half your contracts are going to have to pass the snuff test of a lawyer. And if a lawyer sees a 2-page contract, he or she thinks something's majorly wrong. How can you do an entire deal in 2 pages? I can do it on a cocktail napkin. Like, who cares? But it has to be approved to do that. So you can do the same thing on a state-approved contract as you do our contracts. You just got to check the right boxes, that's all. They're fully assignable. You can do inspection periods. You can add addendums. They're just longer. So the state of Florida, a full-blown contract, I believe is 21, 23 pages now. It's ridiculous. I use a 10 to 13 page one that's like 8 years old. Every year they add like another page on it because something else happens, some crap comes up, like novations and stuff like that. So use your state-approved contracts because more than half your contracts are going to have to go through a lawyer. And if they see a normal contract and it checks the box, they just, it looks good, move on. The 2-page contract, they're going to call the PR and go, dude, don't do business with this guy, Rick. I don't like this contract that looks highly suspect, even though it's the exact price the seller wants. Remember, we talk about the seller being under the influence of the lawyer, just like they are a realtor. If you don't do this, you'll lose half your deals right off the bat. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it. Lawyers freak out. They don't like the clarity of a 1.5-page contract. It's just too clear. It's too easy, and we don't want to do that. So we talk about the probate lawyer. To be honest with you, until you do a bunch of deals, here's how I connected with probate lawyers. Anytime I had a probate, I showed up to meet the lawyer at the closing table. Now, I'm not a big fan of going to real estate closings. Bad things happen when you show up. But the probate lawyer goes, man, you keep showing up. He goes, man, you're for real. So those of you guys, I'm going to market probate lawyers. Dude, I've tried that for a year. I got to maybe 1, and I never got a deal from them. Here's how you market probate lawyers. You show up, you find probate deals, and they go, dude, this guy's for real. This chick, she knows how to do it. And they go, hey, listen, if I get a probate deal that's like really junky, will you just buy it real quick and like make my life easy? They have some other conditions they'll tell you about afterwards because they want all sorts of fees, but just pay it. Who cares? If you can get a deal with no work, but this is how you get credibility with a lawyer. You do not sit. If you guys ever anybody cold call a lawyer here? One of the most painful things you can possibly do. You will never get to them. You'll never get your call back. Now, I'll let you in a little secret. When we go, they go, listen, I want my lawyer to approve the contract. Don't fight it. I fought it in the beginning. Don't fight it. I'm going to teach you a little technique right now. This is worth its weight in gold. You anchor your sellers on your terms. So if you're buying a house for $200,000 and they want to run it by their lawyer, don't go absolutely not. You'll kill your deal. I'd rather you move forward with a state-approved contract. You say, Mrs. Smith, $200,000. We're going to try to close it within 90 days, but we might have to extend it a little longer depending on the probate process. And you're okay with my $500 deposit. And I just want to make sure you're okay with the deposit and the sell. So $200,000, okay. So we'll have your lawyer just check out the legal jumbo mumbo. I speak just like that because I don't know half the stuff in there. I go, you're good. So if your lawyer says $200,000 is not a good price, we're good. Like she goes, no, I'm going to tell him that's the price I want. You're preconditioning the PR before it gets to the lawyer. If you don't, the lawyer's going to go, 200 grand, no way. Absolutely not. And here's what the seller says. Let me ask you, who's in control? The PR or the probate? Technically, who's in control? The PR, because they hire the probate lawyer. So when the PR goes, no, I'm fine with the 200,000. Mr. Rick told me that was the price. He goes, this $500 deposit, like you really? He goes, no. He says he's going to fund the rest. It's not a problem. It's just to get the escrow open and filed. What's he going to say? He looks like an idiot when I've already preconditioned him. Did you guys ever see that movie 8 Mile? Great movie. I mean, it's just, you don't have to be an MMA fan, but like if you see in the final rap scene where he's going up against his competitor, and the guy goes his friend goes, just tell him everything bad about you and he can't do anything. And his entire rap was about what, I live in a trailer with my mom, I'm homeschooled, I'm everything. And the guy just goes, at the end, he couldn't say anything. You're doing the same thing to the lawyer, mic dropping them. Because they look like an idiot when they start fighting. Now, the key is once you have that contract executed, you have straight lined and skipped the probate lawyer. If you don't have a signed contract, you are under constant scrutiny of the lawyer. And if you understand that, that's why you know how to do it. Everybody got me so far? We'll do questions at the end, I promise. If you precondition your PRs before it gets to the lawyer, it's a piece of cake. If you don't, it's usually, they're going to go, well, let's get an appraisal. An appraisal on a probate is a kiss of death. It's over. An appraisal is full market value. It's somebody's outside opinion, and I don't want you to pay that. So if you get an appraisal, you're going to create controversy, and you don't want to do that. So let's talk about solutions. We're going to walk through some exercises here and see if you guys can problem solve. So you already guys, so I'm not going to go over the USP. Everybody knows what the USP is in priority probates, right? Anybody want to be a brave volunteer and tell me what it is? And if you don't, you can go through it. Stand up, Sebastian. Come up and tell us.
You can sell the house prior to the completion of the probate.
So how do I have that conversation with the seller? So we're talking to them, you're on the phone, they're like, hey, here's what they do. Rick, what separates you from all the other people that have called me so far? I go, well, what have they told you? Don't just fall into the trap. Expand, go deep and go, well, you know, they told me they could close quickly, they could pay all cash. I go, let me guess, no hassle, as is, the whole 9 yards. Just do the 8 Mile, the M&M. Just take it away from them. Like, how do you know all this stuff? I go, listen, I'm here to help you. And here's simply what I do. What do you want to accomplish? If you guys will focus on what your sellers want to accomplish, you will solve problems. If you want to be a transactional person, ask them how much they want for the house. Now you're kind of in realtor world. I'm not knocking on realtors, but it's the truth. Go deep. What do you want to accomplish? And once you get that anchor amount, they go, listen, I want to sell the house. I need like a few months to get grandma's stuff out of there. I don't want an emotional roller coaster. I don't want it inspected. And can you make this process simple? I am not going to jump on a price right there. I got to tell you what, that all sounds fair. I'm pretty sure I can do that. And then I'm going to add my final USP on it and say, Ms. Smith, I want to work with you. It sounds like you really just want to wrap this up. She goes, you have no idea. Unless you've been through probate, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Because a lot of these people, we look at it as properties, but what do you think these PRs look at it when their family members have passed away in it? A property is what to them?
Memories.
And memories are what?
Minor.
Your heart is where? There you go. To home. You guys got to start speaking to it like it's a home and stop being a property. Because this is what all your competition's doing. You're not going to nail every one of them, but you need to fully understand it. And it simply goes like this. Ms. Smith, I understand you and I hear you loud and clear. You want a painless transaction. I get all the other stuff. What did your probate lawyer tell you about the probate process? I'm mic dropping it right now. Well, he says it's going to be 6 to 12 months. That's interesting. I go, let me ask you, are you okay with that? She goes, I just like to get it over with. And that's the common theme I hear in everyone. I go, well, listen, what if I could show you how you could sell the property prior to the probate being over? Are you interested in talking to me? She goes, I would love that. That's what I do every time. Do I tell them over the phone, Sebastian, how to do it? No, you got to meet with me to do that. That is your USP. You have to do that. That's just basic one. We're going to go through the others. But do you understand that? And anybody tells you they can't do it, do you think lawyers tell you you can't do it? Yes or no? They say absolutely. You have to wait till the probate's complete. I have 236 case files that say otherwise. There are some unique exceptions across this country, but they're very, very minor. Does everybody understand that? Any questions on that part? That's all you need to understand. There is a legal process to do it. We can go into more detail on it, but I'm not going to do it right here. I'm explaining how this works. Because a lot of you struggle with this part. So, we talked about that right there. So, here's the problem, guys. So, who wants to volunteer to help me solve a problem? Expensive lawyer for probate. How do I overcome that objection? Because one of the biggest objections I get is, and we get this on Driving for Dollars or when Bird Dogs give us deals, is, hey, we found this beaten up house and like it's been vacant for like a year or two. What do we do? I go, well, did you put the property through probate? They go, we can't afford it. It's just way too expensive. I go, can't you just buy it and we can skip the process? Does anybody have a creative solution to solve this? And remember, you can't fail here. You can only learn. Who wants to do it? I already know the answer. Luca. No. No. You haven't even got to a contract yet. They want to know, I go, listen, I want to sell the house, but I can't afford the lawyer, Rick. Luca, I can't afford the lawyer. What do I do? Mom passed away 2 years ago. I heard it's like 10 grand to file like, all right. Guys, what's the average cost to do a probate in the United States? The average. No. It's $1,500 to $3,500. Now, when you have a complicated legal fight and an argument, that goes outside of probate and you have to pay per hour, $400 an hour. On the average one, on one that you only got to go to, they only got to go to the court once and file all the paperwork, it's around $1,500. That's a clean deal. It's about $700, $800 in court costs and about $1,000 for the attorney. Some of them get a little more complicated. Some lawyers will charge you 12 grand to do this exact same thing. Understand what the fees are. So if I know it's $1,500 to $3,500, what's my next question going to be to him, Luca? In this process, I don't have a contract. I got a beat up house. They're like, we have no money for a lawyer. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, Mr. Ginn. What do I do? The first thing you need to know is what's the cost to take this forward, right? So let's just assume 4 grand, worst case scenario, right? What's the next critical piece of information you need from that person in that house? Mom died 2 years ago. This is the most critical piece if you understand it. Did mom have a will? Did mom have a will? Because if you have a will, we have a path to get to the end. It goes pretty quick. Without a will, it's called intestate, meaning there's no will, and then the courts are going to make the decisions based on hearings. Now, if you guys are familiar with probate, it's direct bloodlines they do. But man, some people die with some very complicated stuff. There's no immediate family. You start going to like 3rd cousins, 4th uncles, weird stuff. That all takes time and a lot of money. So if you're ever in this scenario, ask, do you have a will? If you have a will, I make a copy of the will and I go over to who? Who do I go to next with that will? Yeah, most of you guys want to go to a probate lawyer and you're going to get a $500 bill. Go, hey, listen, with this, if I enter in a contract, do you think we could file a probate and get this done? Yeah. You can't do it without the will. You're just guessing. Now, sometimes people have to dig for a will. Sometimes the will's recorded. Depends on what state, what part of the country you're in. But I'm telling you. So, next part. Say they have say that the value of the house is $100,000 today. Let's just say it's going to cost 4 grand to do all the legal paperwork. Other than Lucas, somebody give me you're the wholesaler, what's your solution in this scenario to the seller? I only know this, guys, because I've done this for 20 years. I know every outcome of these things. They always don't work out perfect. But remember, whoever provides the most value will make the most money. And honestly, you get really fulfilled helping people out like this. They have a house they don't know what to do with. It's falling apart. And you can change these people's lives. You can change your life in the process. Go ahead. Okay, so how do I do that? Say the house is $100,000 as is. It's a little bit rough. Going to be The next thing you have to establish is who's living in the house. And are you willing to leave the house? If they're not willing to leave the house, you can't waste your time. Sometimes they're burrowed in there, they're never going to leave. I'm not here to make people leave a house. So we check for a will. We check for tendency, like, yeah, if you get us paid, we get the hell out of here right away. Okay, great. In order for me to do that, who wants to take the next part of this? So now you have a will. They're willing to move. You know the cost. How do we structure an offer on this deal? Just say it's worth 100 as is. I'm doing easy math here. It's going to cost you $4,000. How do I put it together? How do I pitch them to it? Who wants to come up and pitch it? It's this, guys, don't overthink this. Remember, if you're just transparent and you're authentic with people and you know how to do it, you can learn how to do it.
Ask them what they want.
They're like, listen, like anything we could get would be wonderful. Now, I want you guys to learn from Ace, and hopefully I had a little bit of influence on him. When you deal with people that give you amazing deals on properties, take it. Don't beat them up that last 5, 10 grand. It's embarrassing. You risk losing the whole deal, and pigs get slaughtered. You know how that saying goes. I don't know how it goes, but like when someone goes, I'll take 90, go, hesitate a little bit. Don't go, yeah. Just go, yeah. Just go, I want you always guys to understand this. When you negotiate with people, you have to get something in exchange. Otherwise, you're not negotiating. If you go, yeah, 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 and they're like, why is this cat just agreeing to everything I'm saying? What the hell's going on here? You got to have a little bit of resistance, a little play, because it's human psychology. And here's what I do. On a 90 grand, they go like that. I go, I tell you what, Ms. Smith, that sounds like a fair offer. That's about what I can pay. I tell you what, if you can sign the deal today, I can accept that offer. And you hand the pen. That's it. You can't just go, yeah. You've got to get something in exchange. When somebody asks for you something in any type of real estate transaction, get something in exchange. You guys understand that? If you just roll over, you're an order taker. You're transactional. It's a great deal. And remember, that's what they wanted. Give people what they want. Remember, I told you, this is not a sales job. It's just qualifying. Ace, do you sell in this as a wholesaler? Do you believe you're a salesman? No, you're not. I'm telling you guys, I got 21 years experience. You are not salesman. I've been a salesman for a company. It's completely different. You're selling something you believe. If you believe in yourself and you believe you can help people out, you can solve anything in wholesaling. So, we have a cost on it. The house is worth 100 grand. Who wants to take a stab at this? We're all learning. You are not going to make a mistake. You just got to figure out how to do this, because most of you are going to be put on the spot on this. Because when you walk away, a guy like me or Zack or Luca or Ace are going to come in and we're going to suck this deal up right behind you, because we know exactly what to do. You can't do this wrong. It's just a math problem. Who wants to do a math problem?
96.
No, you're not making any money at 96. You're just covering costs. I'm still going to use a go for no, and I'm going to say, listen, what if we could go ahead and write up a contract? I'm going to set the terms before I do the price on this. I'm going to do it backwards. What if we can write up a contract and I can find a way to fund the lawyer for you in the deal, and then when the deal closes, you can pay us back with it? Is that a solution you're even open to, or you guys just want to pay the lawyer on your own? I can't pay the lawyer. You crazy? You go, yeah, it's great. Well, what does that mean for this? They go, well, how much will I get? It goes, well, it's me, my sister, and my brother. There's 3 of us. Here's what they all say. How much would we get in this process? Once again, a math problem. Break it down. So if it's 100 grand, you know the cost of it is 100. So 104 is basically going to be the rough number you got to get out the door with it. Plus, you got to figure out what you want to make. And then whenever you have multiple people, they want to know, what am I going to get? What if I could get you each? What if I could get the lawyer taken care of, take the stress on it, and each one of you get like 20 grand? Hell, we weren't getting a damn thing before. That sounds great. I'm asking them what they want. I will ask them what they want to get for it, but sometimes in probate, that's a loaded question. So sometimes you can break it down. And I was to one person, I go, listen, because the reality is they really wanted the money. They would already hired the lawyer and got it done. And sometimes, what do I always say? What's the number one thing you have to do when you meet with sellers? You guys hear me all the time. What do you have to do? What do you have to help sellers do? Get out of their own way. You are broke. I want to help you. Let me throw you a lifeline. Nobody. Do you think a realtor is going to make them this offer? Absolutely not. Is there risk? There's absolutely risk. Now the backside, you're like, Rick, this is nuts. I'm not paying $4,000 a lawyer. No, I don't want you to do it. You're going to find a lawyer through your title company you work with. And here's how I did it with lawyers. I'll pay the court cost up front. Guys, if I can make $40,000, $50,000, I will take a risk on $800 all day long. Long as I have a 75% probability of making my money back. Those are numbers you all would go to Vegas on, right? So when I do that, I cut a deal. I usually find a younger lawyer. They'll do it. The older ones will never do this. I've tried it. But you've got to be willing to compensate them more in the end. So instead of getting them $4,000, maybe you give them $6,000 or $7,000. Do you understand that? Remember, they are fine. Like either you can finance it. If you got the money, go for it. I personally finance them. I don't care, and I get the best rate. But when I didn't have any money, I'd cut a deal with a lawyer. I got abused when I first did this. I think I got $10,000 on the first one I did. I didn't care. I was still making $40,000, $50,000 on these deals. So you can fund it with the lawyer and get the help. Someone has to pay the court cost. The lawyer will never, they will never go that far. Are you taking a risk? You are. But here's your risk. I don't do anything till I have a signed contract. End of story. You have to have a signed, executed contract. Now I know you're saying, how can they sign it? They're not the PR yet. Have them sign it. It validates them mentally, and then you take the paperwork to the title company. You find a reputable probate lawyer, and you get the thing started. Do you care if it takes you 90 days or 7 months? Do you really care if you're making $50,000 on a deal? Who cares? You understand, guys? You got to open up your mind in this process. Prepaid lawyer agreement. Signed purchase and sales agreement in advance of the probate. These are what I call pre-probate. They work really well. They are the best deals you can do. Any of you guys doing driving for dollars, use deal machine apps, stuff like this, this is my #1 way to do it. They all think the lawyer's $10,000. It's not. Now, if they don't have a will, take it to your title company and ask their opinion. And you got to be careful because these can get expensive if you have to do court hearings, depositions, and announcements and stuff like that. Anybody ever thought about doing estate sale assistance? Guys, this is when people, every probate we buy, Zack can contest it, they're just full of crap. They're full of furniture, they're the garage. If you can find like an estate sale person to help you out with it, it is phenomenal. Be careful because some of these people are sharks. But estate sale companies, I used to go in my newspaper, find all the people. These people constantly did estate sales on people that were in probate and need to sell their house. The key is you can market to estate salespeople. Now, I used to try to make profit off it. I don't waste my time on it. There's no money in that. I'm just going to tell you right now. Garage sales, that's part of the estate sale process. Realtor referral agreement. Sometimes they do want top dollar. That's fine. Make sure you're connected with a local realtor in your market to help them out and get a referral fee. How much should you expect as a referral fee when you give someone a listing? What do you guys think the number is? I love this. Okay. So the norm's 20 to 25% in most markets. I was crazy. I always ask for half. And they're like, are you crazy? I always ask for 35%. And I'll settle at 25. As long as you're doing everything, I don't care. Make them sign a referral agreement with you, though. You get a marketing fee. It's perfectly legal. You understand that? If you have a realtor's license, is where you can really take advantage of it. Creative financing. I'm not going to go deep on this. Guys, if you find people in probate and they're taking care of the final affairs and there's a mortgage on it, I just did one with Jason, I'm partner up with. He's not here today, but let me ask you this. What is the risk of taking over mortgage subject to in a probate property? Is there any risk to the PR? So let me ask you, if I take over the mortgage and the person's deceased, and say I give the PR some money, I still go through the probate process, what is the risk if I default on that loan?
Down payment.
What's that?
Down payment. There's no risk for that.
What's the risk to the PR? That's all they want to know. Well, what happens, and a normal subject to, this is a hard one to get over. They go, well, Mr. Gim, what happens if you don't make the payments? I go, I guess I screw myself. The bank gets the house back, and you get to walk away scotch-free. Does that sound good to you? They like it because it's even faster. Some of you guys go out there and get hard money. We just took over a house with a $250,000 loan. They bought it, her son bought it a year ago. He passed away. They've got a $1,500 mortgage payment. It runs for $1,800. Her only agreement was, can you let his girlfriend stay there for 3 months? I went a three-way call with Jason. I go, absolutely. It's going to cost us about $6,000. Where else can I buy a $300,000 house for $6,000 down, no money? And it's in perfect shape. If they're in perfect shape, it's a lot of fun. Now, you can take that, even if you have a messed up house, you can take that mortgage. And guess what? When you have a mortgage on it and you take it over subject to, do you think you can sell it for a higher amount? You got built-in money into that. Buyers, cash buyers love that stuff. Guys, creative financing, if there is a mortgage in place, it is an easy pitch. Not everybody goes for it, but there is no recourse. When the person dies, the mortgage is it's leaned against the house, but the note is personally signed against the deceased. They can only chase the deceased down. Go ahead, Ace.
What if all that is true, but the house needs a lot of work?
You have to make that decision, and sometimes you can't overcome that fact. And sometimes they just need to be cashed out, and when it needs massive amount of work, 50, 100 grand. But think, you guys, the cost of money, hard money right now is approaching 14, 15, 16% with a lot of points. If you can take it over and even give her, I just gave her a $50,000 mortgage a few months ago. People love that because money is hard to get right now. It's expensive, very expensive, and it's not going away for this year. Locks. Anybody know where I'm going with locks? So many times I hear it go, well, I tell you what, I love what you're saying, Rick. I'll be down in 3 weeks, and when I get the key, I'll let you in. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be creative. So, Mr. I tell you what, I don't want you to have to go through that inconvenience. What if I just go ahead, I have a friend of mine is a locksmith, he'll come out there, I'll pay for it, I'll switch the lock, I'll put a lockbox on there, and you can have access to the property anytime you want. In fact, I'll even mail you a copy of the key. Oh, you do that for me? Yeah, can you just send me a quick text or an email, and I'll take care of that for you. What does that do when you do that? If the seller goes, that's great, I just saved myself 3 weeks, I eliminated my competition, and guess who has control of that property now? I do. What's the average cost? $50 to $75, guys. It's not complicated. And I pretty much guaranteed I'm the only person who's ever going to walk that property again. Also, in 3 weeks, a lot of bad things can happen waiting for him. Here's another one. Well, my uncle has the key. I'll have him give you a call. So how would you respond to that, Alex? You're going to get in that situation, go, damn it, I found a probate. This is exactly what Rick told me. 3 weeks, what am I going to do? So how do you do it? What do you say?
How do you do it? We wouldn't be able to go the same route that you just went and paying for to have locks changed, putting a lockbox on it.
She says, no, no, I prefer you go through my uncle. He's one hell of a guy, dude. You got to meet him. How would you solve it?
Is he in town? Can I meet him today?
I'll just have him call you. Is that okay?
I can call him right now. We can do a three-way.
Is it okay if I have him call you?
We can call together. I mean, I need an introduction.
His name's John.
Oh, that's my son's name.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I have John call you?
We can all call right now.
It's good. Just ask for the phone number.
Okay.
What's John's phone number?
Yeah.
Don't wait. John will never call you, by the way. I've been there. John will never call you. He's never going to call you. Get aggressive. And then if John doesn't do it, she goes, you know, he is a flake. He's crap. Let's just do the locksmith thing. Don't wait, guys. You will lose the deal every time. I said, oh, God, 3 weeks is going to be great. And you find out, yeah, I put it under contract. This guy called me 2 days later. His name's Luca, and he was very helpful. Damn it. You got to understand that. Property maintenance. A lot of times, guys, just go by. I go, listen, I went by the property. The grass is really high. She goes, yeah, it's just not a concern right now. What do you do when you get high grass? You got like a really good deal. It's going to work. You're about to put it on contract. But what can you do if somebody's got high grass? Anybody? How much is that going to cost you, really? $25 to $50, $75, depending on what market you're on. It goes a long way. I've cut so many damn lawns, and I got a kid that cuts lawns for me all the time. I used to be that kid that cut that lawn, man. That was my entrepreneurial spirit when I was a teenager. Do it, guys. It goes a long way. And show them a picture and go, listen, I just saved you a major code violation. What are we meeting next Tuesday, right? Just little things like that. You're not taking tremendous risk. You guys spend marketing money. Like, don't overthink about this. And the last thing is creating property income. Sometimes while you're waiting for a probate, especially a complicated one intestate, and the property's vacant, Long as you have the right paperwork, and I'm not going to get into detail on the paperwork right now. Anybody can ask me. You can rent the property out and let the renter pay for the legal fees. I do this all the time. I've had properties go through probate 4 years. Why let a good property sit? If they're trashed and they're in bad shape, no, don't fix them up. Don't do any of that stuff. But we see some that are in great shape all the time. Long as you have permission and you have the authority, and with rents are the way they are now, you can get some serious income. I've had one, I've collected rents for 3.5 years. It's $1,200 a month. The market rate's $2,000. I just cut a deal because everybody works. And I give the PR a cut of the money too. You can have an agreement with it. You're basically doing like a property maintenance agreement. No, you don't need a special license for it. You can't get one, but they're kind of worthless. So let's talk quickly about the probate marketing cycle because I want to get into the conversation. So we talked about your USP. Guys, when you print these probate letters, just do them at home. You are not going to go to a third-party printer to do this. They are not going to do 15 pieces of marketing. I give you the template. Everybody has it. You can go online and get it with us through Flip with Rick. Do not complicate this. If you don't know how to do a mail merge, just go on YouTube. If you have iOS or you have an Android, Android's much easier. I'll give you a little hint right now. And you can go through a typical Microsoft product and do it. Yes?
So remember I was telling you that and I found out yesterday, so Microsoft and Apple don't like that.
Yeah,
so they were telling me to try Google Sheets and Google Doc to mail merge.
I mean, I've switched over to using, a lot of our slide present, we just go through Google Slides because it's just easier. Because Zack can work on it, I can share it with you, and we all can work on the same file without downloading, reloading, and sending it. They do make it easier, but a lot of these companies intermingle. I don't get in the mix of it, but I used to be an Android user for a long time until my family strong-armed me and made me do an iPhone because I couldn't. Everyone wanted to FaceTime with me, and I don't know about that decision yet. They track you. Where are you? Honey, I'm right around the corner. No, you're not. You're still over at the tackle shop. I go, I'm coming. I said I'm around the corner of the tackle shop. You didn't let me finish. So listen, I don't complicate the marketing. It's like one letter. That's your bare minimum. Do you understand that? And probate, you can't sit there and send letter after letter. It's not going to change their mind. I've tried this. Now, I will do a follow-up letter, but I'm a little bit all over it. One follow-up letter, and you have to change the ad copy a little bit to try to incite action. Letters, I'd never said postcards. Postcards don't work. I tried it. It sounds great. It doesn't work. Nathan, do you do any type of marketing with direct mail for probates?
Yeah, that's specifically what I do.
You do a letter? Yeah, okay. So it just letters work, guys. It's not just me. He's telling you, everyone I've worked with the country, letters just work. That blue ink, phenomenal. Do you use blue ink do you sign on your letters?
Well, it's printed, but it is a blue ink.
Yeah. So, and guys, the beautiful thing about probates, they're not overwhelming. It's not hard to do. So you can do cold calling. I was adamantly against this. I call it warm calling. My son introduced it and said, listen, if we don't start cold calling, you can't help out as many people. I'm like, damn, that kid's smart. So like what I was adamantly against, I go, if we can help out more people, fine. I go, you get your butt chewed out. And he's like, yeah, no problem. It's the McDonald's Burger King approach, or what we call here in Texas the Whataburger versus In-N-Out Burger. I know why they call it In-N-Out Burger, by the way. Okay. Skip trace to the PR.
The season's all over again.
And now it's more California.
The warm calling, is that following up to the letter, or that's an additional?
So you're using the McDonald's Burger King approach. Some people are like, how dare you send me a letter? This is very offensive. And then you call them and go, I'm so glad I got the call. I got to figure out how to sell this house. I'm like, who are you? Now, one little tip, if you do that, if you have the ability, so I would use my name on the letter because I'm old, and my son would be the cold caller. And here's a little clue. I don't like anybody lying to anybody because it gets you in trouble quick. So you can use your middle name, though. That's not lying. That's part of your name. So I'm not going to share everyone's middle name, but you can use your middle name and get away with it just fine. If you do the same one, you could get busted, and it could kill your whole deal. Ask me how I know that one. By the way, I don't tell you to put big corporation logos on it because people want to talk to people. They want to know you have a heart. And for God's sakes, when they call you on a letter, answer the phone. Have someone, a representative, somebody in there, and how do I answer the phone? Let me ask this. How would you answer the phone if somebody calls you? How would you answer it?
Hi.
There you go. Hi, hello, simple. They want to know it's a human being, okay? We skip trace the PR, we've talked about that. No dialers, just dial. This is a very simple method, guys. So, calls 1 through 3, do not leave a voicemail. You have to make them curious. If you leave a voice, this is Rick, and I'm looking to buy your house, all cash, quick close. And by the way, did you know I could close it before the probate's complete? There's no reason for them to call you back. Hey, so I'm going to call after the third one, then remember, we don't want to look like a stalker. Some of you guys stalk, and you got to stop it. You got to think like a human. When my wife calls me 3 times, I know there's a major problem, right? I'm like, oh crap, okay, I'm going to stop. And then when you call me like, why'd you just call me 3 times in a row? Oh, I got you on the phone. It's not. You didn't trick them. You literally just closed yourself off from the deal. If someone calls you 3 times, do you assume it's an emergency or an idiot, right? You got to make a choice which it is. Don't be the idiot. And then what happens is once I go through one letter, the cold call, and maybe a follow-up, I throw them in my mailings. Now, how you do your mailings is up to you. I just throw them in a We Buy Houses postcard. I call it a catch-all. That's all you got to do. It's a simple marketing process for this. Did everybody understand this? It's straightforward. It's not complicated. And the beautiful thing about probates is you can work a full-time job. You can do 2 full-time jobs and do this. People are calling you. You just got to find someone to answer the phones. If you're not available and you're working, train someone you really trust. And they better understand. All you got to do is answer the phone. So real quick, key probate phrases you need to listen for when you're, I'm going to go through this quick because I want to get to the conversation part. So when I hear this and I'm talking to the seller is, I need to get rid of, sell quick, fast, needs updating, please no realtors. My favorite one, sell as is, do I have to wait? I mean, guys, like, listen, remember, what do I tell you in probate? What's 80% of the game? See who listens to me online. You have to listen. If you can't listen, if you're so busy talking or you're waiting for your turn to talk, you're not going to do well in probates. All these words, it's a headache, do I have to wait, it's expensive upkeep. These are signs of a great deal. These are people you want to go deep with. When they just want to talk about price, as tempting as it is, don't give it to them. Let me ask you, we teach you in wholesaling, you're like, hey Rick, what's your offer, what's your offer, what's your offer? I'm like, dude, let me ask you, ever bought a car? Yeah. Would you buy it without test driving it? No. Well, why are you asking me to do it? Okay, do you mind if I ask you a few questions to see if I can get you the best offer possible? Yeah, that's fair. Don't fall for it. Don't make the offer. It makes no sense. Okay, let's talk about the conversation, the best part. Rules. First contact. This is important, guys. You have to get this. You got to be a good listener. We just talked about this. 80-20. If you're not a good listener, I'm talking to the men now, go find a woman, either you're married to, a sister, a niece, and just say, listen, tell me all your problems, and listen for 30 minutes and don't say a word. If you can do that, you will be one hell of a probate person. It takes that. Us men tend to overtalk. We shut people out, and we're waiting for our turn to talk. When I say you listen, you truly have to listen to people, because you're going to have to anchor the most important part of the conversation. Remember when you talk to the PR first, and you go, what do you want to accomplish? Like, what do you want? How good does it feel when people go, listen, no, honestly, how good, like, how are you feeling? How are you doing? When people go, no, no, no. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm good. When people go, no, no, how are you doing? You sit down with them and go, listen, tell me what's going on. Dude, something's not right here. That's the same type of connection you got to make in probates. Do you understand that? So be a good listener. If you're not, you're going to have to train yourself. And some of us are at a disadvantage. I'm ADHD. I'm always trying to think 3 sentences ahead. And I have to teach myself to slow down. So when I meet with someone in probates, I'm like not a different person. I turn on my listening skills very carefully, because if I don't listen, it's going to cost me a lot of money. And I'm going to waste my time. Survive the stranger danger the first minute. Do you guys understand this one? Who are you? Why are you calling me? It's coming. Expect it, prepare for it, and work through it. We teach you techniques all at Free Wholesaling on how to play with people's words and how to have fun and just be light and entertaining. You can't just be, I don't know, I went over to the probate court and I got your, like, you can't get defensive. You go like, so I'm just calling about the house on 123 US Street, see if you had an interest in selling it. Very simple, non-confrontational. I'm not, oh, I heard your husband died. Like, can I suck it up for 50 cents on the dollar? You all want to say that, but you can't say that. That's the truth of the matter. Stranger, if you can survive the first minute, you will know. There's some people that are just stuck on price, and it's okay. You can move on, you'll survive. We are not looking for those types of houses. Ford, everybody knows what that stands for. This is a standard. This is not a sales technique. This is just understanding people. If you don't know how to connect with people, Ford, family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. Just talk to people about this. If you can get them off real estate, sooner than later, you will do very well in probates. If you just sit there and go through all the analytics of the house, you're going to get killed. You have to get an emotional response. How do you get an emotional response? You become a good listener and you let them talk. The more they talk. Here's a little key. If you do yes, no questions in your qualifying thing, you're going to get, it's hard. Yes, no. I do it all the time when people have a conversation with people. Stop being a robot. This is where you got to just draw out the motivation. And you can find out early in a probate if they want to work with you. Remember those key phrases I showed you before? That's going to help you out do it. But you have to have a conversation, not yes, no answers. Mirror your prospect. A lot of you guys skip this. Here's the thing is, most probates you only have a shot over the phone with them. It's not a door knocking for obvious reasons. This is where if you don't listen, if they talk loud and obnoxious, you got to match it. It feels wildly uncomfortable. And if they're soft and quiet, you got to be slow and quiet. You guys think you can only do that in person. You have to be even better at this on the phone when you do it. Do you understand that? Mirroring is just your voice inflection. When I get in front of a person, then if she's sitting down, I sit down. A mirror is a mirror. Put a mirror in front of you, that's how it works. Convert to a conversation. You understand that? When you get into qualifying, it's okay in probates when you're going through a qualification. Hey, tell me a little bit of the house and the condition. Well, it's got this white porch, but you know, we took care of grandma, it crumbled down, and my husband fell and he sliced his leg open. I go, oh my God, how's he doing? Is he okay? And you suddenly, you get off topic. You're okay to do that in probate. That's what you want to do. Is he okay? He says, yeah, he's an idiot. You know how men are. You know, and just kind of keep going like that. You need to do that technique. It is not uncommon when I have someone saying all the right things to spend 30 to 45 minutes on the phone with them. You all are in the condition of like, let's get through it. It's cold call. I got to disqualify everyone. It's the opposite in probates. Listen, if they're not qualified, you'll be done in the first 5-10 minutes. I don't waste time. If you want to tell it for top dollar, I'll refer you to a realtor or I wish you the best. If something changes, give me a call. Okay, this is just like my pet peeve. You cannot go over price on the first phone call. Why? Because every other wholesaler, every realtor wants to price it out right there. You are going to focus on the individual and what they want to accomplish. Once you get that anchor, it is always your route. And when they get off cause, and they will, I go just like this. They go, Rick, you know, we thought about it. I think we need like, we need to go up on the price. Susie, I would love to go up on the price. But remember what we talked about before. You wanted a seamless transaction. You didn't want to go back in the house. You want us to help you out with the estate sale. And you want me to sell this prior to the probate that's doing it. So she goes, well, I talked to this other wholesaler. I go, do you think they can do all that? She goes, they didn't really say. I go, listen, I'm not going to give you the highest offer, but I'm going to be your best offer. And I tell every one of them that. Most people in probate, either they want to sell it purely for price, and those aren't our buyers. Those are not our sellers. But most people want certainty in their life. Who likes certainty here? Okay, you're going to have to leave this room because wholesaling is not certainty. It's the complete opposite. And it's a good thing because you get unlimited potential to do it. But most people I deal with in probate, the number one problem I solve for them is certainty. Everybody get that? People like to have stuff done. They want to know there's an outcome and it's done, right? So quickly, the conversation. 2 to 4 follow-up conversations. Engage the conversation as a friend versus foe. No matter how bad they chew you out in a probate, and God knows they will, just smile and go, I'm so sorry to hear that. What can I do for you? Just If you just ask people that, nobody asks that anymore, and especially when someone passes away, it's absolutely heartbreaking. But remember, you don't know if someone passed away 5 years ago or 5 days ago. On average, when someone files a probate, it's 30 to 90 days after they've died. So if you guys are like, oh, I'm so scared because it's so quick. If you're chasing the obituaries, you're going to have that problem. I'm not a big fan of that. Once they file it, they're ready to move forward and get on with their life. It doesn't mean they're emotionally over it. Does everybody understand that? Follow-up questions. It's critical you just keep following up with questions. Here's a little strategy I use. When I have probates and I'm not getting anywhere with them, but I know that property like needs help, I just call. I ask stupid questions I already know the answer to. We do this with kids. You can do it with adults too. The simpler you make this business. Let me give you an example. I know exactly how many bedrooms that house is. It's in my Podio file. Hey, John, I forgot, how many bedrooms is that house again? He goes, it's 3. I go, yeah, you know, that's what I thought it was. Hey, John, well, I got you on the phone. How are you doing, man? Like, are you everything okay? Did you get the estate sale going? I start trying to talk about other things in real estate. I try to get them open up and talk to them. Because guess what? The follow-up questions is where the real secret is, because you don't have that stranger danger conversation, right? Oh, it's Rick. Hey, Rick, how you doing? They're open from minute 1. That first conversation, you spent your whole time just trying to get past stranger danger. And that's all I want you to survive. That's why you don't attack price, because every other wholesaler realtor attacks price on the first one. Once you go through the qualifications, you'll know quickly if you're going to be a good fit for that property or not. If it's perfect, they want high price, go, listen, I wish you the best. I have a great realtor I work with. Would you want to list the property? They go, no, I don't want to list the property. I'm like, oh, even better. Follow-up questions is really where you make it. Focus on progressing your conversation towards an offer. Remember, I'm always, in all wholesale deals, we're always progressing them. If you're not making progress, you have to push. It doesn't mean be arrogant, hey, you need to make a decision right now. You just got to find ways. When I have someone I'm making no progress, I've made 2 or 3 phone calls, take a risk. Take a risk. Now in probates, I don't take major risk. I said, listen, if you don't want me as the buyer, just let me know. I want to help you out. I know I can help you get through this probate before it's done. And you told me you wanted to get it done in 3 months, but it's been a month. Has something changed? Sometimes I say things like that. Have I upset you? Do I piss you off? Do something to change the conversation, to jar it, make it loose. You ever been distracted? I learned this from Tony Robbins. I didn't figure this out on my own. You ever want to loosen up a conversation, ask a crazy question and catch people off guard? You ever done that? It works. What if I told you this, just to wake you up? What if I told you something crazy I do when I don't do wholesaling? And a lot of people laugh when I do this, but like if I answer a question, someone's got to answer it back. So who wants to be a brave volunteer here? This is good. Okay. So I'm terrible with names. Alex, what do you like to do that nobody else really knows you like to do? And it's a little bit embarrassing, but you do love it.
Ooh.
Don't think, just give it.
I have to think. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to the next one. You.
Pedicures.
See? Hey, my wife kind of laughs at me when we go into like stores with like scented candles. I just sit there and smell every candle, and I make terrible noises. And she's like, "The hell's wrong with you?" I go, "I don't know. I just like scented candles." I like to watch musicals with my daughter. It's weird, but like, if you ever want to jar something up, I just say, listen, I like to watch musicals. What do you like to do? And you change, you get a laugh, you get people, you break their thought pattern because they're trying so hard to figure out what you're doing. You go, listen, what do you like to do? Like, what's a weird thing you like to do? I'll give you an example. You know, I like scented candles. And me and my daughter goes, don't get dad near the scented candles. Because I make weird noise like, oh, God, it smells so good. But jar people, shake them up, do strange things. If you've ever been to what Tony Robbins is Unleashed About, he does some crazy stuff to confront you if you're stuck and you're trying to think too hard. He's going to give you something to kind of embarrass you and make you chuckle. Use it on your clients. It works. Accent commonalities. It's very easy today. Most people are family-oriented, stuff like that. You can figure it out real quick. People are very proud and egotistical about their family. That's the one time you can let your ego grow. So usually with their jobs, stay away from politics, religion. You're not going to get anywhere with it. I'm on team what gets this house sold, right? And that's the team you need to be on. Reinforce the PR wishes. When things start to go south, if you're a good listener, go, listen, Sue, remember And I put this in all my notes, and I train everybody I work with. What did they want on that first conversation or the second? And just anchor it in, because that's truly, they gave you the truth. And what happens, they start talking to neighbors, they start talking to realtors, they start talking to lawyers, and all of a sudden people start whispering in their ears, and they're not doing what they truly want to do. Have you ever had somebody steer you wrong? Like, this is what I want to do, but my mom, my dad told me to do this, and you start to try to do and please other people, it will make you miserable. It's the same thing with your PRs. You've got to help your sellers get out of their own way. Start working on solutions for the PR. This is the secret to probates. This is the exercise I've gone through with you guys. You've got to provide solutions. If they go, hey, listen, you have an idea, and you go, I have no idea what to do. You're not providing value, and they're going to move past you. But here's the good news, you can prepare at any time. I've gone 21 years. I've had just about everything thrown at me. I still get some newbies, and I share it with you guys. If you will prepare for the inevitable when these things come up, and you have a great response to people, you have a choice. You can go, you can look up. You can also work with us at Flip with Rick Plus and go, listen, you know, my partner's, he is perfect on this. I tell you what, give me an hour and I'll give you an exact answer to that. Now, I'm not accessible like phone 24/7, but if you're going to do a follow-up, don't ever lie to someone. That's my rule, because if you lie, you can't memorize. You ever heard people lie to you? Like, the lies get so out of control, you can't figure out, like, if you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about it. If you don't know the answer, it's okay. The solutions, that's the easy part, guys. It's a math problem 9 times out of 10. Everybody understand that? And listen, whenever you end up with anybody on any wholesale deal, I don't care if it's probates or not, have a call to action. A simple call to action is, you want to go ahead and move forward today? You want me to go ahead and send over those documents? Or do you want me to swing by this afternoon? We'll go ahead and get things done. Either they're going to move forward with you or they're going to give you an objection. You've got to get one or the other. Remember, your job is to progress all leads down a funnel. Remember, you are a guide. You are not a salesman. You need to just keep working them down the lane. It's simple as that. So I'm going to make this real quick here because we're running out of time here. But so the final call, review the property facts, allow the PR to invoke emotion. You're going to get if you do good in probates and people cry. Nathan, do people cry when they talk to you? It means you're doing your job. It means you're helping them out. It's brutal, man. If you've ever been through this, and you all will be at some point, if you don't have emotions with this, you're not human. And if you're not human, I'm probably not going to work with you very well. Confirm personal conversation connection. Ask PR what they need to get to move on. So people go, I don't say, hey, what price do you need for this house, little lady? I don't do that. What do you need to get to move on? That's the truth of the matter. What do you need to get to move on? If it's strictly about price, they're going to go to a realtor and list it and go through the song and dance. As I said before, reinforce the PR's original wishes. And for God's sakes, honor the person that died there. How do you do that? You talk about them. People have, remember, we're talking about properties. PRs are talking about homes. Hey, John sat in this chair. John used to watch his favorite show. You'll hear it. And if they go on an hour, I'm fine with it. But like, if you've ever been there, it's hard to part with their stuff. So I've even bought houses with their stuff in it. Can you just give me 30 days to get the stuff out? It gets a little tricky. If I get a great deal, I'll make it work. But sooner or later, you have to make a decision on this. So if you honor the family, you separate yourself from everybody else. Would you agree, Nathan, when they say, listen, this was a great man, he served in the military. I go, please tell me more. I remember me and Zack went through an entire house, and we buried at the bottom is a full decorated, what was it? It was a Marine, full of badges and everything. And one of the family members just throw it away. I go, we're not doing that. I don't throw away American flags. I don't throw away military stuff because I believe karma comes back to you. You got to honor, there's a story behind this person. I said, listen, can you tell me the story? So one of the ladies of the family, came over for an hour and a half and told us the story. The deal was done by then. She's like, I can't believe you say this. Family photos, a huge one. Don't throw them away. Put them in a box, give it to the family. There's always crap in the attic, the garage, everything else. I've had people in houses 30, 40, 50 years. It's insane how much stuff builds up in the house when you do it. Honor them. Rehook them with the USP. When they lose sight of it, most people want certainty and they want it done quicker. Time is money, guys. If it takes a year to do a probate and you got a mortgage payment, you got insurance and property taxes, it could be the difference of $20,000 to $40,000. If you can get it done before the other wholesaler or the realtor, you just saved them. That could be your discount on the house because they get certainty. Make the final offer and mirror the PR. Guys, any questions? We're going on this. I can go on all day, but what I want you guys to do is understand this. The PPS, it's all in the coursework, but you got to go through the basics of it. That playbook I gave you today is, most people don't understand that. Like, okay, who's on offense, who's on defense? If you think the lawyer's on offense, you're going to get killed. And if you think the title company is an unbiased referee, you're going to get hurt. You've got to understand the playbook. Remember, you have to figure out solutions, and you got to have great conversations with people. You've got to, listen, this is about going very narrow and very deep. And here's the reality, most of the people you talk to won't be a good fit, but when you find the one, go deep as you humanly possibly can. So, any questions on probate? And by the way, this is above the basics of what I normally teach. So if you're missing, you go, wait a minute, I'm missing some serious stuff here, Rick. Go into the coursework, it's all there. And I only make it available to you guys because I signed an agreement a long time ago, and I'm never going to let somebody buy that course. So I build it in my framework and I give it away to you guys. So go ahead, Sebastian.
Two questions. So how long do you wait after the letter goes out that you make the more call?
Right away. Right? I mean, speed kills in probates. I know it's a terrible saying, but it's the truth. Whoever gets to the PR first has a competitive advantage. By nature, people are just loyal to whoever connects with them first. I go, well, this guy Rick called me, and he told me not to talk to anybody else until we can figure out an agreement.
So, like, if you're a solo guy, how would you? So, if you let's say you send out the letter, would you call them that same night? Like, you obviously haven't gotten the letter yet.
So, which is going to get there faster, the phone call or the letter?
The call.
Yeah. So do you want? So the letter is just, some people are slower and they respect that more, and some will take the phone call. The phone call, the minute the PR is, you can make the call. It's not complicated. It's 10 or 12 leads. Just pick up the phone and call. Dial.
If you had a good conversation with them, are you not worried that, like, since your name is also on that letter, that they might feel?
I just send a letter as a backup for you. That's it. Like, explain. It is. It's truly a backup. But the mail's going to take longer. Some people like it. Sometimes they call you 3 or 4 months after they sort through. It's common for them to sort through personal affairs in the house, and they like the patience. They'll put it in their pocketbook, and they just take their time with it. Either way, it's a McDonald's, Burger King approach.
Okay. And then the other question is, so you mentioned you'll, like, on calls 1, 2, 3, jump to voicemail. Are you just like double, triple dialing them? Like, are you?
Listen, 1 call a day. That's the rule in probate. You're going to look like a stalker. We don't want to deal with stalkers. You're going to discount yourself immediately. You can't be a robot. You got to be a human being. So, like, it gets a little weird. Some people like to change phone numbers. I wouldn't do that. And maybe you switch over to Google Voice for the last one and leave a voicemail. So, like, yeah, I know that idiot keeps calling you. I just leave a voicemail. Sometimes you just got to switch it up. Remember, the name of the game is just connect with them. If you leave a voicemail, how many times do you have a marketer leave you a voicemail? They're like, I don't know about you guys, but on my phone, like, I get a ridiculous amount of messages, and thank God somebody else handles my phone. But I get a transcription emailed to me. I'm just like, I look through the 22 phone calls. I'm like, that's the only guy I'm calling back because, number one, I know him and we're going to do business together. Most of them are solicitations, and they're going to leave it. I'm just tired of switching my phone number. Like, I give up. People have ruined it in our business. Yes?
Is the fiduciary the same as the PR? I think I'm saying it right.
Say it again?
Fiduciary or fiduciary or something like that? That's how it's called in my state. I don't see the term PR.
So PR stands for personal representative or executor, is what is on most legal documents. As I said, here's the challenge, guys. There's 3,200 counties in this country. And at one point, me and Zack put out one for each county. We about killed ourselves. And like within a year, it outdates its entire self in the process. So if you go through the PPS system, I tell you, you got to read the rules of the game. You cannot, if you ever play Monopoly, less than 10% of the people ever read the rules to Monopoly. You just make assumptions based on how you played with your parents. And if you get someone who studies the rules and goes and plays in leagues, which they actually do this stuff, you will be annihilated. It's just like chess. It's the same thing. You got to know the rules and the terminology. The problem is I would have to give up everything else I do to do that. So find the rules, find the definitions, use your probate courts, use your title company, and if you had to connect with a probate lawyer through a connection, that's how I would do it. You don't have to pay to do it. And guys, if you go to your probate courts, you guys pay for it with your tax dollars. They will answer most of your questions. That's how I figured out probates. Any other, listen, we're gonna be here for another day, so we're gonna answer as many questions. Guys, do probates. They can change your life. I've done over 10 deals that were 6 figures on a single family house. That's $1 million just on probates. And keep in mind, my first 8 years of wholesaling, I never targeted probates. Why? Because I let my psychic, that's like ambulance chasing mode. And then I started doing, by accident, doing driving for dollars. We're going to bring up Deal Machine. They'll help you, how to do this. But that was one of my #1 lead sources. We find old abandoned houses and nobody wanted to pay for the probate because they thought it was $10,000. How much of a hero are if you give a family like $80,000 or $100,000 and they go, we're just going to live here until they take it away from us. You can change people's lives. You just got to figure out how to talk to people and how to honor them. This is a process you go through. Here's a good thing. If you know nothing about probates, you just got to learn how to market to them, how to connect with them, and how to talk to them. The rest will reveal itself because you'll figure it out real quick when you got a deal on the line. But you've got to figure out how to problem solve quickly because let me ask you, most probates I deal with, they have a problem, a unique problem that nobody else can solve. When you are prepared for it, amazing things can happen. And that's the beauty of the Flip with Rick Plus community. If you don't have the answer, we'll help you out. But don't be sitting there talking, hey, I'm going to call this guy Rick right now. Let me DM real quick. I'm like, damn it, Rick, you're not answering me. It's been 5 minutes. I'm like, it's not designed for that. But if I know like day or two you're going to that appointment, let's talk about it. And then you can hop on the live and we'll just role play it. So if you guys maybe tonight or like tomorrow we do some role playing and sit down and sit there because these conversations are real. And remember, the more you are yourself, the better you're going to do. So last question, anything else?
Wait, does Florida have affidavit of heirship? So like in Texas, if they can prove that 20, 25 years the wife, they've been married and they've got two disinterested parties that come.
It gets complicated, so here's what I do. I first go to the title company, what are my shots?
Yeah.
So we do more of a quiet title side. Okay. It's more expensive and it takes a little bit more time, but I have multiple properties like that. Guys, I have properties I just control. I'll never get ownership of it because the title's so screwed up and it costs so much in court. But no one in the family is ever going to question it, and we just rent them out. It happens all the time. You don't have to own everything to actually make money in real estate. And I've learned that. When you got a really, really messy title and the family's like, listen, here's my rule. If I can give someone 15 grand or less, and I can afford it, if you can afford it, and you can get yourself paid back in less than a year and you think there's huge upside, go for it. What are you really risking? So if I give someone 10 grand for a property that, she goes, it's such a train wreck, you'll never have ownership. And there are types of properties with that. Guess what? I can rent it out. How much, on the average rent in my area, I get 6 grand up front. I've just eliminated my risk to $4,000, and within 3 months, I'm at ground zero. And then if they take the property away in 5 years from me, what do I care? I just made $40,000, $50,000 in rent. I'll still pay the taxes to keep everything legit. I'll take care of the basic needs of the property and the renter, and I usually keep it below market rates. Go, listen, we're doing a month to month. I don't know what's going to happen with it.
My husband just did a property like that, but it was with family, so it was easy to kind of take over.
Yeah.
With respect to the insurance, what happens there? That would be my question.
Well, so the biggest underlying factor on that is there a mortgage on it? Mortgages dictate and dominate the insurance, but you can get some weird policies. You can get all types of insurance policies. The question is how much do you want to pay? Long as they get their money and they know what it's used for, you just have to determine if it's a homesteaded type property or it's a rental income property. And if you ever dealt with vacant properties, talk to fix and flippers. They got to get special type insurance. They don't insure vacant properties for really more than like 30 days on average. So. Okay, anything else? I can take one more. Guys, I'm here. We can talk the whole time. What I want to do is, what's our plan going here? Okay, I'm going to bring up my son, Zachary. If you have any questions, but guys, go through the PPS. And if you're like, I go, man, this went over my head a little bit, understand the foundation. I gave you the playbook. And those advanced strategies, these are the ones I've collected really over the last 12 years of doing probates. And I am biased, but they are my absolute favorite ones because They are the easiest. And I know what you're thinking, if I'm a beginner, why would I do it? They are some of the best deals you can do as a beginner because all you have to do is talk to people, help them out, and you can buy yourself time. So a lot of you guys jumped in it, you don't have a cash buyer's list. Some properties can take 2 or 3 months, and if you need 6 months, you can do it. You can turn a probate into a wholesale without ever funding it. One of the best deals you can ever do. So I appreciate you guys, thank you.
Leo, come up. We're gonna call. All right, click the phone number, please. All right, let's. 429-9296. All right, Leo, have you ever cold called before?
No.
Okay. It's gonna be easy. I'm gonna be there with you, okay?
All right.
So simple. 2 questions. Are you the owner of the property? And are you interested in selling it? That's it. We're gonna go for no. Simple as that. And guess what? They start saying something mean, I'll be on here, all right?
What if they say yes?
We'll pull up to their house. Oh, if they say yes, we'll pull up to their house. We're pulling up no matter what. Ready to go? Let's see if they answer. Ask them if they're the owner too.
Hello?
Is this the owner of 112?
Hello? Is this the owner of 1123 Bay Inn Street?
No, sir.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
Oh, the owner of 20410 Oak Street.
They're looking to sell it.
Are you interested in selling it by chance?
Yes, sir. It's for sale right now.
Oh, is it on the MLS?
Is it listed on the MLS? Do you know?
Nope, it's not listed at all yet.
This one's for sale.
I just
Okay.
kicked my tenants out.
Okay, so it's for sale then. You're interested in selling it?
Yep, cash offer. I want a cash offer. Walk away from it.
Ask him if your partner, talk to your partner.
Okay.
It's okay, my partner.
Is it all right if my partner gives you a call
Right
here
now?
shortly?
He's with me right now.
Sure can.
Okay.
Hello, hey, this is Leah's partner, Zack. How are you doing today?
Good working. What's
Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, so we're looking to buy a couple houses in the area. You said you were
What area are you talking about?
Dallas, Texas.
Well, I'm talking about Ohio.
Ohio. Where in Ohio?
Weston, Ohio, right outside of Bowling Green.
Okay, can you give me the address really quick? We buy houses all over the country.
It's 20410 Oak Street, Weston, Ohio, 43569.
So 20410
410
West.
Weston, Weston.
Okay. Weston Street.
Zip code is Oak Street.
Okay.
Zip code is 43569.
Got it. Okay. And you said you currently you had a tenant on the property?
I had a tenant and I had to evict them. Yep. They owe me a bunch of money in rent.
Oh, jeez.
So I just evicted them. They just got out last Thursday.
Okay. And do you know how much that you were getting in rent per month?
$700 a month.
Okay, $700 a month. And they just couldn't pay. Was it too much? Not enough? Did they trash the house?
They haven't paid me since COVID. That tell you anything.
Oh my gosh, man.
Exactly. They owe me a lot of money.
Jeez, are you going to sue them or anything, or are you just kind of getting
it took my head taking them to court to get them out because they were just squatters.
Oh, don't get me started with squatters, man.
They were squatters. You know, after 2 years, they were squatters. It took me 2 years to kick them out. To get them into court to kick them out.
Okay. So they're paying $700 a month. You said you want a cash offer on this. This is Weston, Ohio. So it's right. So you said it's near Bowling Green?
Yep, it's just right outside of Bowling Green, about 6 miles.
Okay.
It's a little small town. It's got a school. It's a nice, quiet community.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest with you. This is Kevin, right?
Yep.
Kevin. So I buy real estate around the country, and honestly, I'm looking for a rental. Like, that's what it is. I live in Florida. Every single house here is $600,000, and my insurance for the property is going up 30%. So I'm sick of it, right? I have partners all over. My closest partner, just to be honest with you, is in Fort Wayne. He would probably manage it, but we could want to possibly buy the property. So I'm trying to think here. $700 a month. You said you wanted a cash offer. I mean,
My wife asked mother. Well, I live in Texas now. I don't live there.
Okay.
Period. And it's just a pain. I don't even go back there anymore. My wife's up there right now trying to clear it up for me. Yeah.
okay. If we were going to buy this thing cash, no games, I mean, you don't seem like that type of guy. What cash offer works for you?
What type?
Yeah, I mean, what?
I want 70,000 for it. I'll take it to you less. The land's worth that.
Oh, okay. Did you get appraised for $70,000?
No, I've not even attempted to sell it yet. I'm just now. You just called me.
Oh.
I was going to wait till it got cleaned up, then I was going to put it on the market.
Okay. 70,000, and can you tell me a little bit more about the condition of the property? Like, if I'm going to buy this thing cash.
It's a two-story house. It's got a detached garage. It's got an outbuilding. It's got a carport. Got a huge lot. It's almost 2 acres.
Okay. When's the last time you physically seen the property?
Last time I did what?
When's the last time you physically seen the property?
My wife's there right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. My wife's there. I'm in Texas working.
Okay.
She's up there. She's not working. She's up there taking care of it.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Build roads and bridges.
Oh, wow. Okay. So $700 a month. You want $70,000 for this. I mean, did you get an offer for $70,000? I'm kind of a loss right now for how you kind of came up with $70,000 on the property.
It's almost what I want. I want $5,000 stick in my pocket.
Oh, okay. That's what you owe on it.
That's all it is. That's all it is. I mean, it's worth way more than that. But I walk away from it today. I take $70,000.
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest with you. So I work with Leo, and his dad's pretty ruthless. Not gonna lie. We kind of work the money together here, and he wants a good rate. So I mean, he's a real estate investor too. He likes cap rates. I mean, we don't want to be at an 8-9% cap rate. We really want to be closer to 15. And so I know for a fact I go to him. We can go back and forth with this. I go to Fernando. He's gonna say he wants to buy this for like $45,000. That's what he's gonna tell me. I'm being honest with you.
Yeah. Well, that ain't gonna happen.
I
can sell
obviously.
it on the market, sell it for more than that.
No, trust me. That's why I'm on the phone with you, not Fernando. Right? He's gonna say I want 45,000. That ain't gonna work. But again, if I say that you wanted 70, and that's what it is, he's not gonna accept that either. I mean, can you work with me here? I mean, if he's at 45, you're at 70,000. I mean, is there a number in between that can work for the both of us?
60.
Okay.
Minimum.
60.
No more going down.
I mean, tune in me. I'd rather be closer to 55.
65, you said.
No, 55. 55.
I'll tell you what, if you buy it today, 55, you can have it. But if you wait a week or two, no. I can sell for more than that.
Okay. I mean, if. All right. What's your email? I can go send you over an agreement right now.
Masters Kevin, all lowercase, 24@gmail.com.
Masters Kevin.
Kevin, 24@gmail.com.
@gmail.com. Okay, perfect. So, what I want to do is, I do have to talk this over with my partner, Fernando. He is a stickler. He's kind of crazy, just between you and me. So he might be on the phone with you. What we can do right now is I can set up an agreement for $55,000. I'm going to call Fernando right now, and if it works, I can call you back. We can send you an agreement, and then I can have probably him or someone come by, possibly tomorrow, to go look at it. Whatever's comfortable with your. So would your wife be comfortable if someone on our team kind of came by, looked at the house, confirmed the condition also after we get the agreement signed?
Yeah, but I just have to give you my wife's phone number to make sure she's there.
Yeah, of course. What's your phone number?
Her phone number is 419-308-7005.
Okay, perfect. And obviously, you know, I'm not a married man, but I can only assume, would she be open to this also?
The house belongs to me, not her.
Oh, okay.
I owned the house before we got married. It's my name only.
There we go. Easy as that. So I don't want to bother you. Keep building the railroads. And what I'm going to do.
No, not railroad, highways. I build
highways.
not railroads.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, Kevin, let me talk to Fernando, and let me give you a call back, and we can get an agreement set and see what we can do right now.
Okay, good deal.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kevin.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye. It's good.
Wow.
Yeah. That's weird, isn't it? There we go. Pretty good. Who wants to deal in Ohio? Matt coming out here, and let's get it going. All right, now Leo failed that challenge. He's supposed to get a no, so you lost. Who here is ready to get a no? Okay, we're gonna get Alex and Dylan. Y'all come up, let's get a no. A round of applause for them.
Guys, we got a fair number of people participating at least, so we've got
2 calls.
A leaderboard going with people in here.
I like it. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, we just pulled Riley, who's Riley? Might be somebody else using this DM Zack promo code, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we got a lot of people
I
in
know
there going
Kevin's
crazy.
in there. Kevin's got a couple leads added. Different guy.
Where's Kevin? There's Kevin right there. Kevin, come up here and call. Let's do a call. Let's get to let's call them. Let's call them real quick. All right. Let's get some leads. That first call is crazy. Oh my gosh. All right, who wants to call first? All right, do you know what to say?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how it goes.
Hold on, the address isn't at the phone number.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Zack, we have our first half. I'm going to do that.
Oh, there we go.
Misunderstood the rules. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
You got 2 now.
There we go. Give him the hat. There we go. All right. We only got 2 hats. We got 3 people, so someone better start calling.
I think I'm ready. Okay.
Whoever calls.
It's all right. All right, I'm calling. See if I can find it. Tell Anthony, okay, and Coletta.
Hello?
Hey, is this Anthony?
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, Anthony? I was calling about 131 West Church Street there in Hagerstown.
Right.
Yeah, I was just calling to see if you'd be open to an offer on that property.
Over the phone right this second?
Yeah, if you can give me 2 to 5 minutes of your time, we can possibly get something going here.
Well, actually, I'm in the attic right now patching something up. You want to give me a call at the same time tomorrow?
Oh, are you interested in selling it at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, same time tomorrow. Just call and I'll answer.
Okay, you don't have any time right now? If not, it's fine.
No. I got to get this done.
All right, man, no problem. Same time tomorrow for 4:20?
Yep.
All right, man, sounds great. Thank you so much, Anthony.
See ya. Bye.
All right, see ya.
That was not a no. That was great, though. He wants to sell. 2 for 2 is crazy.
What was your name again?
Alex.
Alex, dude. Well, it was amazing.
Have you ever gone 2 to 2 with this?
Yeah, that's 2 for 2 is pretty wild. That's amazing.
A lot of pressure.
3. There you go. You got one more hat.
Great job.
That's crazy. I feel like this is scripted.
So, question for you.
Yeah.
Should I ask, is this 10, or should I say
The
is this
owner.
the owner of 1031?
Yeah,
10,
so
315?
is this the owner of 10315 Autumn Meadow Lane?
Okay.
What's that?
Sounds good.
Oh, Dylan.
Dylan, yeah.
Let's get it going. Call it. And then, so he's got 3 here. You know, there's yellows, and then there's one on the top, that wireless, with the most usage, probably the one. So probably click the call button.
Okay.
Click the call, easy. All right, beautiful. Let's get some more calls in. We gotta get one more no. Got one more left. Anybody else want to call? Come on, John, let's go. Next person to get a no gets the hat, so we're seeing.
I get the next no, do I get the other half?
No. Excuse me, you came in late. Albert? What's your name? Yeah? Speak up. Who? Joseph? Come here, Joseph. This is like school when the kid comes in like halfway through the semester. I want to say hello. Joseph, oh, nice to meet you, man. All right.
So ready to do some deals? There we go. All right, we're gonna find some deals for you too. Yeah, go call. On speaker.
Your call has been forwarded to. Hey, what's going on? Is this Michael?
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, Michael? I was just calling about a property on Salem Avenue there in Hagerstown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just calling to see if you might be open to an offer on that property.
Well, yeah, I'm interested in anything if the price is right.
Okay, awesome. So price is your main concern at this moment.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Price is your main concern right now. There's not anything else that might be pushing you towards
I
it.
understand, the price of property, nobody wants to give me any money for it.
Okay.
And it's going to cost me $1,500 a month to go somewhere and rent something.
Gotcha. So if price is the only concern here, then I guess we'll just jump right to it. What were you looking to get out of it?
I'm in a public place right now. I can't hear.
So if price is your only concern, then I'll just jump straight to that. I mean, what were you looking to get out of it?
Well, make me an offer and we'll talk.
Okay. Do you happen to have time for a quick 2 to 3 minute conversation right now? Do you have time to maybe talk to me for about 2 to 3 minutes about the property?
No, I'm with my brother and a friend of mine. I was at his shop earlier. I was helping him work on some cars too.
Ask him whether you consider selling the property before you call.
But the property and then that is a lot and a half, not just one lot. It's the largest property in that particular area.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with Salem Avenue there. So let's see, it's only 1,100 square feet. Can you tell me a little more about the condition? Like, if you had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, the condition of the property, about what would you give it?
Well, it needs some work. I've been there for 40 years, so what can I tell you?
Okay. So do you live there?
Yes, I live there.
Okay, gotcha. And
Why would you even consider selling it?
so do you not like the place, or why would you consider selling? Is it just price, or would you be willing to move out? Is that what you want to happen?
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can stay there until I die, or I can, I sell it and move out. It's not a big deal.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's just a pain in the ass moving stuff. That's all.
No, I get it. Have you ever considered listing the property with an agent?
Nope.
Okay, that's just too much of a hassle. You don't want to deal with all that.
Well, I know real estate agents anyway, but that's a different story.
Okay, yeah. So you're just looking for a quick cash offer, quick close?
Yeah, if the price is right.
Okay, if the price is right. All right. Since that seems to be the main thing, did you have anything in
sell the
mind?
property?
Oh, I know what the property's worth, but everybody wants to, give me a little bit of nothing. I just tell them that I'm not being rude, but I tell them you shouldn't die, don't call me back.
Okay, you want to talk to me?
So you think it over and you do what you want to do, and then call me back.
I can send over my partner Zack, but I'll be honest with you. He's probably going to buy the house for like 120,000.
For a friend of mine, and he's supposed to call me, and that's what I thought this phone call was about. But
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, no problem. I could send you over to my partner Zack, and if you want me to be perfectly honest, he's probably going to want to buy the property for around 120,000.
I'd have to consider it.
Have to consider it. Okay.
I'd have to consider that.
Gotcha.
I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't know about that.
Okay.
But anyway,
That's probably around what he would do. So I know you said he has to consider it. Is there anyone you have to talk to about that, or is there anyone else involved in this?
Well, no, it's just my wife and I, so I don't have to talk to anybody about anything.
Oh, you might have to talk to your wife.
There's nothing on it. I mean, the property's been paid for 20 years.
Yeah, I can just go to Zack and be like,
Yeah. Okay, so if I went to Zack right now, what would a cash offer be that you might agree to today?
Right now, like I say, I can't, I'm not in a position to say anything because I got to talk to my wife.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to go ahead, talk to the wife. Don't want to take up too much more of your time. Don't want to be a bother. If you want to go ahead, talk to the wife. I can save your contact information if you want to write my phone number down.
It's on my phone.
All right, no, I got you, no problem. Okay, here, how about I give you a call maybe later this week? That work for you? Go ahead, talk to your wife. All right.
We're in the middle of the week right now anyway, so,
All right, yeah, go. Thank you so much, Michael.
Okay, you have a good day.
All right, man, you have a great one. All right.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Come on. Simple as that. Good job. Simple as that. So, whoa.
We're that third no-go as well. We had one more no.
Third was John. John got a
John,
no.
there we go. Yeah.
You're failing, man. You gave too many yeses.
Dude.
You take a half from him, then you got a yes. Just kidding, man. Good job. Proud of you.
Keep it up. So that was interesting. Any more calls to make?
I can call one right now.
All right, just do one more.
See what we got. We're getting lucky
What do you
today.
think about that?
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Please leave your message for 7.
No worries. Just leave a voicemail, we'll be all good.
When you leave a text, what do you say?
This is Zack. Just give me a call back.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Perfect.
What about an email?
I don't really leave emails to sellers. Simple as that. All right, guys. So appreciate Alex. Appreciate Dylan. It's good stuff right there. What is it, like almost 3 people looking to sell the property? First call, second call, got some no's, then the third yes. That sounds like a record for me.
All right, guys, so that concludes day 1 of the Wholesaling Accelerator live event. This was in Dallas, Texas, so pretty dang cool. So tomorrow, please be here. We are going to show you the recording of day 2 of the entire live event, so pretty exciting. And again, if you actually want to come to the next event, you're actually, like, FYI, this at the end, so I can tell you. Right now, I'm actually at the Escape the Matrix 2024 in Orlando, Florida recording the actual footage, right? So we're actually live right now in Orlando, and we have our camera crews recording that for you, obviously, to check it out. But if you want to go Flipboard Plus to our next live event, check it out, flipboardplus.com.